Hello, everyone. Santier here. Welcome to my stream. Ooh, pre-string music. So, it's been a little while since I've actually played this game, because I've been, for the past several weeks, been doing the, if I were theoretical, like, professional rework thing that I was doing. But I finished that last week, which I'm glad I did it. I enjoyed doing it. It's interesting to think about how the results would be different if I were approaching it differently. In terms of, like, instead of being all one block of, like, verbal discussion, if I was going more slowly and planning things out more and whatnot. But anyway, that's not what we're doing today. What we're doing today is we're continuing on Ardens Argentum, who is a character that was in the middle of a skill booster league, if you remember these things, from way back when I was doing the slow playthrough of, well, Nightfall and Eye of the North, and somewhat afterwards as well. So, I'll have to reacquaint myself with where this character's at and what skills she's got available in this tool for heroes, but it's been a while since I played her, and I wanted to actually get some progress on her again, so I have no idea where this is going to dump me out. Oh, the Great Temple of Balthazar. Sure, why not? What is even the any things for today? I have a bunch of ciphers. Oh, I'm full up on Zaishin missions. Well, what's the bounty? Chungli attuned in the Undercity. Sure, we can do that. So let's see. I think I'm just gonna go to Embark Beach and see if I can pop myself to Consulate Docks that way. I think I'd done a bunch of stuff in Eye of the North, as is evidenced by having some Eye of the North skills. Okay, maybe a bunch is a strong word. I'm gonna go with a bunch was a strong word. I'd done some stuff in Eye of the North. There's the Elonian Travel NPC, is in Shao. Just walk into an NPC, y'all. How can I help in Easton? You know what? Black Tide Den works. Black Tide Den's an 8-person outpost. I just need an 8-person outpost here. I love Black Tide Den. Latenda Bog. Like, this is like one of my favorite areas in... I have not done Consulate Docks. I see. I see. I wonder if... I have some secondaries unlocked. I bet I got those in... Hang on. Now I need to look in other places. I mean, this character is an Elonian character, so it's a little wonky that she hasn't done Consulate Docks yet. But what have I done in factions? I'm just trying to acquaint myself with what I've done with her, because it's been so long since I've played her. Okay. So I'm actually making my way through here pretty well. Cold as ice. So I'm ready to Glacial Griffin and this tournament. Punch the Clown. Yeah. We've got a bunch of quests there. I also have Two Sorrows Furnace. Why the heck is somebody advertising anything in Kaineng Center instead of Commodon? That's unusual. Well, I can go check out Chungli Attune for some stuff. I don't think that's too important to me right now, though. I have a couple of Echovold Forest quests. I do have Stolen Eggs. Maybe I want to go do that. Okay, I've definitely not finished EotN on her. Everything's been done in a weird order. I think part of it is I wanted to get because she has several armor sets. Now this would be helpful. So I've done Ice Caves of Sorrow and Iron Mines of Muladun on her. This is through Sunjiang District. And Night Falls is not anything yet. This was Murkai's Mall. Yeah, okay, that's a Zealous Hammer. I have these cool Zealous Zodiac Daggers of Fortitude if I want to do some daggering. And then she has several sets of armor. Which this set is Sentinels. And it has Kurzik top. So. I could just go to Stolen Eggs then. Stolen Eggs kind of sucks as a physical attacker, but the reason why I'm looking at that is because I am more aligned with the Luxons at the moment than the Kurziks. So I may want to go do that. Sure. I am noticing that I am short a hero, by the way. I assume all of these bars are aligned with what I currently have. Did I capture... That's a bit of an odd question. Did I capture... Shove? I do have Shove. And Gladiator's Defense. Ah, yeah, I would have gotten that off of the thingamabob. Let's see. So I have a Glyph of Energy, Ellie. Glimmer and Healer's Boon. Okay, Glimmer is being used on a Prot Monk. Let's see, Dismiss is not my favorite. I mean, Dismiss is a really good spell, but I've come to really appreciate Mend Ailment after doing... Yeah. Dismiss is flexible. Mend Ailment is... I actually like Mend Ailment a little bit more, so I'm going to go Mend Ailment on her. I think... no, you know what? She's got Aegis and some stuff. Why not have Guardian? Huh, it would appear I do not. Dismiss, draw, yeah, should be between those two. As you can see here. Well, that's a little unfortunate, but whatever. Waste not, whatnot's fine. That's a weird bar. Some sorta everywhere and all over the place. Well of Suffering, Minion. I mean, this seems fine to me. A bit wonky, but fine. Gwen is on Panic. Huh. There you go. Ah, I do have a Signet of Spirits. I'm guessing I don't have Splinter Weapon. That is correct. I do not. Alright. Acolyte Sasuke is on Glyph of Luster, as I mentioned. Or as on Glyph of Energy, rather. Glyph of Energy is definitely useful to have. Yeah, and I have them set up as fire as I typically would. Let's grab Vec. I don't know if I've spec'd Vec out. Okay, I have. He has a bar. And everything. I don't think that's going to be running into any issues. Let's see. Thunderclap. Yeah, and Tanaya's Wind works well with Sasuke. Heh. Slippery Ground. That's cute. Slippery Ground works well if things are getting blinded. He wants Blinding Surge on this bar, is what he wants, but I don't mind Vengeance. I got 2 copies. I've got Flesh, Restore Vigor. Okay, this all seems fine then. Let's go ahead and just grab Vec. Bit of a wonky team, but I think it'll do fine. I like having a random men condition here on the Necro. It's a good spot for it. Alright, let's go see about getting some eggs back. This is my strength shield, yeah? Yep. This character uses Master of My Domain gear to a decent extent. So you notice this is the Master of My Domain, Zodiac Shield of Fortitude. Wait, is this person just using a thing that lets them ping to every outpost or something? That seems weird. Saw them in Kaineng Center as well. Alright, let's go and do some stuff. It takes a little bit to get to the Eggland. Ah yes, nothing like taking 25 damage from walking through coral. Hey, we have favor right now, that's cool. I would kind of like a different favor mechanic. Than the one we currently have, but what you gonna do? Let's see, I have a 26 power, or a plus 24 power. Oh yeah, Spirit of Soothing is kind of annoying. Hey, Statue of Balthazar. Hope y'all are doing well today, by the way. I myself had a decent weekend. Happy Easter to all who celebrate that. That was this past Sunday, so a couple days ago. My dwarf is not high. The problem with this chest, of course, is that you pick it up and then have to carry it. I don't know what that guy was blocking with. I wasn't paying enough attention, unfortunately. Looking forward to the anniversary event. I might farm a lot of Chawbeck Village during that time. I have several characters that I want to get anniversary weapons on. And I'm pretty sure I can just do Chawbeck Village on a bunch of different characters to get a ton of the proofs that you need to be able to get the anniversary weapons. Gerudo Senso in particular really has been wanting that bow ever since, well, his entire existence. Trying to remember the best way through here. Well, we're going to fight these guys because it's going to kind of be hard not to end up doing so. You can see right there where I got kind of stopped in my movement. That's the exact thing that happens to warrior or any melee henchman that causes problems that you have to be careful of. And it's part of why they have a reputation for being terrible. Because it's very easy for them to end up in situations where they're not dealing as much damage as they're actually capable of. Because they're failing to actually catch up to the enemy. I don't know why Wallows can knock down on critical hit, by the way. It's just, they have that as a property. It's a little bit of a mystery to me why. It's been a while since I've gone through this zone, so it's a little bit of a confusing one. It's got kind of a bridge and a I don't know what you'd want to call it, section where it kind of goes around and down, and there's a bunch of Oni, so I'm thinking I'm probably going to get ambushed along here. As I said. Do I have another signet that would be good to fit on there? Probably not. Oh, I really need to go do Ebon Vanguard. Ebon Vanguard quests have a couple of signets as rewards that would be really nice to have available for Symbolic Strike. It's one of those like little things where Warrior actually kind of really likes having access to those. It's really weird to me. Like, Jade Sea music is music that I... Oh, there's a nice Lissa. Jade Sea music is music that I associate more with the Echovold Forests. Because it's actually very similar music between each region, as I recall. Let's see. We're probably going to have to fight this group. Where's this boss? Oh, right there. This boss. When I think of music in the Jade Sea, I actually think of some OC remix music. I've mentioned this before, but just mention it again, because why not? These guys use escape, which is annoying. I don't have wild anything to get rid of it, though. This is the part where, like, what you want to do is you want to wrap around and go under the, or loop around, I suppose, works as well, and go underneath. There's the shrine with Lissa. That's when they started giving more interesting... A little hair on my microphone that was tickling my lips. Weirdest thing. But this is where they start having these have more interesting bounties. Hexes cast on you and faster. Buffs to Assassin, Mesmer. Attributes and energy storage. Which I think is cool. It's interesting to think about... the original professions are very much so linked to the 5 original deities of Guild Wars 1. Or yeah, so like, and I've talked about this a ton of times before, but just to kind of quickly recap for people who aren't familiar, Warrior is linked to Balthazar, as is Fire Magic from the Elementalist. Mesmer is linked to Lissa, as is Energy Storage from the Elementalist. The Elementalist has 5 attribute lines, and each one's associated with one of the deities. So Water Magic is associated with Grenth, as are Necromancers. So it's like you get stuff from that, right? And the Air Magic, Lissa, and Monks are mostly associated with Lissa, although technically Smiting Prayers is associated with Balthazar. It's a little messy there. Then, let's see. Melandria is associated with Earth Magic and Rangers. I mean, not so much atheists, just that they'll follow whoever. But, like, anyway, my point is it's one of those things where it's kind of this neat structure that I overall really like. And then it gets a lot messier as you get into the other games. Like, what attributes are associated with what. I think it would have been kind of interesting in sort of an alternate world if there was a much more, like, explicit connection between the deities and the professions, and if they had like added professions that were kind of trying to But if they'd add professions that are like, oh, this profession is following these two gods. And it would have been really neat if Nightfall like had some sort of follow-up situation. If they had added a profession that was linked more explicitly with Cormyr. Obviously, she's associated with Paragons, but just because she was one. But then the aspect of, what do they call it? The aspect in Eye of the North, which I forget if they call it like aspect of spirit or whatever. But the aspect that's associated with her is a dervish, so that's not at all confusing. I really like a good flowing Melandru statue. Don't know why the water isn't moving these days. I don't know. Some of those animations can be a little buggy. Hatchery Keeper, please take these stolen eggs. Yes. I don't really care about watching these cutscenes though right now. I will take a skill point. Yes, thank you. 12 skill points. Do I want to do this one right now? I kind of actually want to go pop back up to Eye of the North and continue things there. I feel like it would be good to get some of these branches done. I've like not touched the Ebon Vanguard at all. You hate Cormyr, she kill steals you on the one boss as a legitimate challenge of endgame. Then becomes a god for it when she previously has only been completely obstructive to your mission success. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things so it's been a real challenge for ArenaNet. Oh yeah, that's right. This character's map of Tyria goes, well, I stopped by the gates of Kryda, then I marched over to Beacon's Perch and all the way down into the southern Shiver Peaks. Has she gotten to the Ring of Fire yet? No. Oh, I'm at THK, aren't I? Yeah, THK is boring. Okay. Let's see. I've done stuff in such a weird order with her. Yeah, like it's one of those things. Like they had a lot of people really annoyed with the. Okay, I've done like none of these. I've probably talked to Rank. Yeah. Okay. Where is this requiring me to go? Riven Earth. Riven Earth's down here, yeah? Yeah. Hang on, I want to look up some boss spawn locations in case I want to... But yeah, with faction... Okay, so one of the things that's a problem is the player character, in some regards, is a little bit empty of a thing. So actually giving the player personality is a really risky business in some regards, or like is a tricky business. Anyway, they basically promoted Menlo to like Master Togo sidekick because giving the player that backstory and stuff for a foreign character and all that sort of stuff is just doesn't make a lot of sense. So, the long and short of it is, okay. Do I have Shields of Regen? I want to capture it. So I probably want to do it here. There's a reason why the Divine Lore basically was dumpstered in GW2. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where, like, you can't realistically have the player ascend to deityhood because that takes them out of the game, right? So it's a really tricky business of like, okay, well, how do you even begin approaching this, right? Nope. Oh, friggin' capture signets counting as PvE only skills is really annoying. Whatever, I'm just going to put a rest sig on and not care about it too much. I need to keep my symbolic strike strength up with at least a couple signets, so. Do I have... Hang on, my thoughts are all over the place at the moment. Let's go around, please. Thank you. There we are. Those are different games, though. Like, the issue is, what does it mean to be a deity in the Guild Wars universe, and how would that affect things? Like, yeah, there's plenty of games where being a god is not a problem for being a protagonist. I 100% agree with that. It would be in Guild Wars 1 in terms of, like, what would it actually mean for your character? Like, what would be meaningfully different? It also just kind of messes with a lot of stuff in other ways, but... frankly, I'm not a... Like, I like some of the stuff that they did in Nightfall, but... I don't know. My favorite Guild Wars 1 story is the Prophecies story. And there's like different reasons for why I'm not as big of a fan of the other ones. For factions, I feel Shido is too underdeveloped. His motivations and stuff are too important for the like function of that plot. And he's just underdeveloped as a villain, like as a character. Because like for that story to make sense, his character motivations really need to make sense. This is a spot where it's actually not a bad idea to rezone a bunch. Yeah, I mean, it really is a blend of the two. The thing that I really like about Prophecies is I like the way that it kind of like escalates. And this is the problem that I have, especially with Nightfall. It's a bit wonky with Factions. Factions has its own like, my issues with it are many structural things. But and I'm happy to get into those, but I want to finish this part of my thought first. Which is that the Prophecy story has this nice sort of like scaling up where you start off with like, hey, it's a call to defend our kingdom from the Char with pre-searing in the opening, and then it's like, well, that didn't work out. So then, like, the way that it kind of grows of, like, you're just trying to keep your people alive, and it just keeps being, like, a progression leading you along, I think is really cool. And I particularly enjoy that structure. I enjoy that it doesn't start with, let's go save the world from, you know, fallen deities, which is what Nightfall basically starts with. My problems with Nightfall can basically, narratively speaking, can basically be summarized as Varish is a Saturday morning cartoon villain, and it's just a little bit, like, it a little bit stretches incredulity. Yeah, Prophecies has a lot of things going on. And, like, my biggest problem with Prophecies is that the quests really dry up. Like, Kryda is a little bit light on quests, but then they really dry up post Kryda. And the Shining Blade arc in the Maguma Jungle is deeply hampered by quest problems, like a combination of a lack of quests and like quests that you can kind of get in weird orders and things like that can make things kind of confusing. I did a whole playthrough of all of the games, looking at the lore and digging into the mechanics and such, that you can find on my YouTube channel. I've been meaning to make them into one giant mega playlist. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But Factions, my biggest problem with Factions is I don't think Shido is developed well enough as a character. And his motivations are too central to what's going on. But, like, following that, I really don't like the way that they implemented the factions. We spent... As much as I think some of the stuff in center or Kaining City is really cool. Oh, I am starting to get proximity to target. Excellent. The city is just like there's too much of the same thing there, and it drags on too long. They really should have spent a lot more time developing the Kurziks and Luxon side of things, in my opinion. Once you get to past Yak's Bend, Prophecies goes from a well-realized, moderately executed 2004 MMO to basically linear path where you get maybe one side quest per town. That's exactly the issue. Is most of the side quests, because like I remember just like Ascalon is so well developed compared to everywhere else. Like Kryta has like here's a smattering of quests, but most of them are skill quests, and that's kind of like the constant throughout. The rest of it is like, well, these are all some skill quests here, I guess. Do I need to go across this bridge for this? Yes. Yes would seem to be indicated. But yeah, it's like, I get to the Henge of Dinravi, and it's like, at last, we have our base from which to strike back against the White Mantle. And there's 2 green exclamation marks there. One is the primary quest to be like, well, time to leave that, I guess. And the other one is just an NPC saying, I'm watching you. It's like, why are there no quests in Henge of Dinravi? Why is there like nothing like building up the narrative structure of me going and you know, doing something about the to bring the fight to White Mantle? Like the story, I really like the overall story, but it is underdeveloped due to a lack of side quests in Prophecies. Factions has a lot more side quests, but a lot of them are kind of too many of them are saying the exact same thing over and over again. And like the thing is, I don't mind the like northern Shiver Peaks being light on quests because you're fleeing, you're not sticking around. Well, Factions was trying to accelerate people through the game more quickly, that's for sure. Jar of Invigoration. It sounds like a drop item that gives everyone energy. Huh. What do you know? That is exactly what it was. I mean, quest rewards are really difficult in this game anyway. I personally like the skill quest rewards that they have in Prophecies. But yeah, it's hard to know exactly how to give rewards, because like equipment can be really hit or miss and really spotty. Yeah, well, it's to some extent like where does player responsibility fit into some of that as well? Like, can you expect players to be paying attention to what the quests are? There we go. Happy to pick up Shields of Regen. As well as getting that quest finished. Let's see. Because, like, so many of the quests are basically just so much, like... Okay, I need to get there. Do I want to travel through... Probably. Where's the Cipher of Lissa? Magistones. Okay, let's just go do that first. Like, Factions quests have some weird spots as well. The one that immediately comes to mind is in there's a guy who's like really short on cash, and then the quest reward gives you more money and is like, how can he reward me with more money, like with money that he theoretically didn't have? Has the WoW World Quest issue if you skip right to the phase of an expansion. The context isn't there for why you're stabbing this guy in the face. Yeah. I mean, again, I feel like if you're reading the quest dialogue and stuff, it explains what's going on, but it's very easy to just be like, well, because like the thing that you have in Factions is it's there's so many like NPCs giving you quests all at once that you just kind of like collect a bunch of quests and then just kind of like do them, and it's very easy to not be paying attention to why you're doing them. Do I need... Okay, so I can do this and then meet Blim. That seems like a good idea. I don't remember feeling like they left me with no idea. I do think that they could have done more over the course of factions, especially Winds of Change, to sort of establish more about the gangs more broadly. Specifically the context for like why people join them, and just a little bit more nuance with them. My big issue with a lot of the factions quests is most of them are just like, look at how inept the ministry of the Celestial Ministry is. That's basically a summary of most of them. They're not adding anything to the world building. These guys are making it impossible to gain adrenaline. Okay, so the real trick here is... where is it going to actually spawn? There's like 3 different spawn locations for each one of these. The easy way here is to just reload. I don't know why I continue to attack that thing. Now let's focus on the... Nope, nope, stop getting me body blocked on a random Asuran. I don't know why I have bulls on my bar. I should probably remove it. Ah. Nothing like getting your eviscerate, clumsiness. Crate are annoying. Metamorphosis is really obnoxious. I still prefer them over the friggin' mantises in the Char Homelands areas. Because the mantis is like 25% chance or whatever it is to just stand back up after being killed is way more obnoxious design. Not to say that the crate Neos turning into things design isn't also obnoxious, because it is, but it is not as obnoxious. Ooh, a lockpick. Of course, that's my own personal tier list of obnoxiousnesses. These characters... yeah. But at least they don't... they at least don't pretend they're not the healer. Not quite sure what you mean by that one, actually. Some of them are healers, kinda. Let's see, I want to go talk to this experiment crew member because I got 25 kills back there.
Oh great, another booger.
I'm pretty much exclusively the Metamorphosis and the Monk Healer or Elemental Sneaker build. They definitely like that Ellie Nuker builds, or the Air Spiker, or whatever you want to call it. I just wish there was a way to stop metamorphosis from happening. I think is probably the thing that kind of annoys me the most, is like, I've killed you, why won't you stay dead, sort of thing. Knockdowns interrupt it. Gotcha. I'm not getting any proximity to target registers. I don't know if it's more up this way by where Blim is. Probably not. I would have seen something by now, right? Yeah, this character's not got shock or anything though. Guess I could grab Iron Palm. I feel like death should interrupt it. Like, metamorphosis should have to... I don't know. I think that's the thing that bothers me about it most, is it just kind of replaces them dying with not dying. Whereas basically it's almost not worth it to fight Neos until they've actually gone through metamorphosis. Indeed. Dead enemies don't do anything to you. It's fantastic. Well, good on them dropping out of metamorphosis in the middle of a meteor shower. I liked that plan. They should do that plan more often. Yeah. Master Illusions should be around here somewhere.
Why are you bothering me?
Ooh, good. Rank 2. I might go further south for the moment. Actually, this is where I'm trying to remember my geography. I haven't spent as much time in some of these. I have the north maps. There is a bridge right by this waterfall. Looked like there was on the map, so that mini map can be misleading sometimes. Okay, I'm starting to get target proximity here. Excellent. Oh, is this the waterfall where they pour out Gad's ashes? You know what? I bet you it is. I bet you this is the Gad Memorial Waterfall. I was really looking forward to that Cyclone Axe. Sort of. In a low-key sort of way. I'm just acknowledging that I did not get enough sleep last night, which is why I'm yawning so much. I don't know, it's just one of those nights where I just had a hard time falling asleep. It just happens. Forget whether it's 3rd or 4th D&D where a character is more dangerous while dead than not. I couldn't tell you. I haven't played much Dungeons and Dragons. By which I mean I haven't played any Dungeons and Dragons. I've just watched people play it on the internet. I did play in a Dresden Files campaign once. That's basically my only actually playing a tabletop RPG experience, though. That uses like the Fate system, I think. These guys suck. So does it go up this way? Down. Okay, well, I'm going to stop by the experiment crew member, then I'm going to head the other direction. Okay, well, Vec got
Oh, great. Another booker.
the random lone wind rider. Didn't do his job very well if Meteor Shower got off. Okay, this is not going to be a good... These spells are not going to be great inside Golem Land, but... Oh well, I wasn't really thinking about that. Okay. These guys have a really annoying... like, 1 adrenaline knockdown. Yeah. It's up from above. 1 adrenaline, 2-second cast time. Don't know why these guys use Weapon of Aggression. Bit of an odd choice. Last time Ula had a party, I did not receive a piece of a Asura cake. I was told I would receive a piece of Asura cake. He actually references that again about getting Buka cake. Forget if it's... I think it's at the end of Warren Kryda. I think. Really? Okay, but like... I wonder if it's down in the water over here. Yeah, here it is. So in addition of D&D, the only defined penalty of the death condition is that the character becomes immobile. I see. So you basically effectively can't take damage anymore. You just can't move. Yeah, that's not much of a penalty. I mean, it is a penalty for some characters, but... I assume by move you mean take a move action. Or like immobile means you can't take a move action. So you're just kind of stuck wherever it is that you're physically sort of sitting, as much as that makes sense in D&D, which it does. Okay, Blim. Apparently I forgot all my Shining Blade training. Here, have a seed.
Here comes trouble.
We're ready to enter Ula's lab. Yes, we need her for the Golem project. Okay, time to go activate this particular worker golem in specific. Do you like to salvage amphibian tongues? Oh yeah, I've done like nothing to advance these. I've just done a bunch of side quests. Stonefist Insignia Meteor Shower. Grab a fire staff as a warrior. Oh, they're using Fear Me. That's why my energy's so low. I was wondering. I'm like, how did my energy get this low, though? I need to remember that I can get rid of conditions on myself with the Signet of Remedy. Hi, random sentry golem. Okay, and let's hope my worker golem doesn't bug out and we'll actually go pull the lever. Plod. That's the best way to describe this thing's movement. Plodding. I have bad news for you. I'm going to pull the lever. Why don't any of these dungeons have, like, interesting actual puzzles? Like, sliding, like, you know the puzzles where it's like, slide a block around and it doesn't stop until it hits a thing? Those sorts of puzzles are cool. I like those puzzles. Or walk on floor panels in a specific order. This thing that's really absurd is since both +3, +4 have hardness, material health, your dead body is hardness 5 and 10 HP per inch. The same as wood. This basically means the player's dead body is invulnerable. Interesting. So can the other party members like pick them up and fling them at enemies? Is it possible for a dead body to grapple somebody? I mean, the ongoing joke that I hear is that nobody knows how grappling works, but how the heck did I take uneven damages from those? Oh, that was weird. I must have had something. I see. So you could have the strategy of throwing your dead ally at the enemy so they could grapple them. I have no idea why one of those hits from lightning bolts was doing more damage than the other. It's very weird. I'm pretty sure it's even, right? In fact, confirm for me. Yeah, 53 and 53. Huh. Very strange. I don't feel like dealing with you guys. We're just gonna go to the next floor. Didn't drop anything good there, right? No. Oh, right. Yeah, edification is working in here. That's why I have plus energy. I was very confused for a moment there. Okay, mystical key holder. Let's grab your key and go on a journey. This is a really cool looking model, by the way, this mystical key. Not particularly relevant, just random thought. Oh, it's a crystalline key and a mystical key holder. Okay, that's enough of that. I guess I could go to prophecies and grab some more world regions for more skills too. I don't think I need that, but if you're don't know what I'm talking about, I'm doing a thing with this, which is a skill booster league, and numbers of copies of skills that I have available to for my heroes. Creates for a fun additional bit of build challenge. Worker Golem. Yes, please. Please go and do things. This part's always awkward because the AI is not the smartest for handling this part. I have access to all prophecies skills. It's more the thing that I'm doing for unlocking skills on for use on heroes with my restriction that I'm playing with the skill booster league. So the way that I'm doing it is if I go to a world region, I get a skill pack from that continent. So like if I go to Ascalon, because this character hasn't been Ascalon yet, then I would get another pack of prophecy skills. Then my sort of like paradigm that I'm using. This account's been UAX for a very long time. Okay, enough of this, like, trying to follow that. I was worried about the meteor shower for a moment, and then I realized that was my meteor shower. Of Acolyte Sasuke. And then I was not worried anymore. Let's see, I think this is the Zelda room, yeah. That's a decent golem popping out of thing animation, yeah. Your region. Have a whole thing. I wonder, should I go ahead and make let's see, an easier way of doing that or remembering sort of rule set? Maybe. I don't know. I can do whatever rule set I want. Probably don't need to try to bake it into my tool. Alright, let's go fight some more golems, because that's the name of this mission. Fighting too many golems. Okay, would one of you please politely step on the switch? Okay, we're gonna need to take out these guys before the other one will step on the other switch. Hope that spirit doesn't body block it. That'd be irritating. Okay, good. Excuse me. I did not. It has a Zelda room because you have to put weights on switches. It's a very Zelda thing. Yeah, I need my unstable energy source. I'm gonna flag my team over there. Didn't people like kill this thing with a vampiric spirit or something at one point? Oh, okay, whatever, it's dead. She wants this flux matrix anyway. Let's go ahead and take it to her. Now that I can take it between floors, but a few more to fight. This is giving me shards of ore and Duncan's branch flashbacks. Yeah, I want to go get a tryptophan signet. No, it won't be too hard to do, but it does require me to basically complete the Ebon Vanguard branch, which is not the worst plan. I mean, fair. Lifesteal was a huge problem for them design-wise. I think they got kind of frustrated with it, actually. Because of its ability to get around every defense. And then you think you're going to fight a bunch of golems, but you don't. I like that cutscene, but I don't feel like watching it right now. Mistress of the Magical Engine. Oh, wise and puissant Ula, Mistress of the Magical Engine. Brought me up and pan-fry me, Vec. What do you want? I need you for a grand project to help all the Asura. Ha! I came down here to avoid all the Asura. And then our character's like, well, I guess you're right, Vec. She isn't the one we want. Like, what are you saying? Vec was saying that when Asura get older, they sometimes lose their edge. And basically reverse psychology her into going, I enjoy the exchange, but I've seen it a bunch of times, so let's get some bones out of the Saurian bones. Oh, I need new salvage kit. Let's go. I need to do Cipher Ground. Let's just go turn these two in for right now. How close am I to the merchant? They put me right next to all of the henchmen.
Here comes trouble.
Radiation field and technobabble. Technobabble's a nice one to pick up. Adriana.
Report in.
I want a salvage kit. That is my report. There we go. And let's ungrab. Let's deposit some stuff. Cool. And then merchant this stuff
I'm
off.
afraid I'm busy.
All right. Let's see. I do need to go. Let's see. I do need to go to Gadland. So much of their team, by the time they were actually working on Eye of the North, a lot of their team had gone off to. Do I want to do this now? I'll grab it so I don't forget it's here, but I'm not sure I'm going to do this. A lot of the team had gone off to do Guild Wars 2 work, so I think that has a smaller team for working on Eye of the North. I do wish they'd done a better job of utilizing all of the space they'd made with... I do have Dervish. It's not super helpful, though. But yeah, where... Let's see. Catacombs of Cathandrax is supposed to be unclearable shadow form, but they didn't understand how the skill worked. Yeah, I definitely think that they had just too many... too many of the designers go off to work on Guild Wars 2 and didn't really have the sort of like resources and stuff for working on this area. You know what? I'm going to swap that to Leviathan Sweep because I feel like it. What I really need is I need an anti-blind skill. Which would be a Asuran scan, except I don't have a Asuran scan. And I think... Yeah, I need the skill that I need to go through the area where I want a Asuran scan for to be able to get a Asuran scan. So that's awkward. Let's see. What do I have for condition removal? Let's see, I don't think I have Mending Grip. Mending Grip is hardly a great choice, though. Yeah, Shadow Form is a skill that's like... If you want to defeat it, you put in a bunch of... Signet of Disenchantment users. Or Expunge Enchantments. Expunge Enchantments is a good way of getting rid of it. Yeah, this guy right here. Removes one enchantment for each non-attack skill you have. All of your non-attack skills are disabled. Like, you just throw this on some assassins inside a zone, and suddenly Shadow Form is not going to be effective anymore. Because this is a touch skill, not a spell, so it gets right past Shadow Form's restrictions. Either one, either the old version of Shadow Form or the new one. And would just... It's also good against 55s, just because it can remove a bunch. So it's like, oh yeah, you have like 4 or 5 enchantments on you. Well, if you have this and a bunch of non-attack skills, you can just yoink. Yeah, I mean, there's just different ways that you can do some of that stuff. I do feel like I'm really confused about how ArenaNet tried to address stuff. Like, even before that, when you're looking at Underworld with people 55ing the Underworld, and their first like thing that they did before they added the Skeletons of Doom was to add a bunch of those like Dying Nightmares or whatever that are like super weak, and all they just do is come along and rend enchantment you. And it's like stripping all the enchantments off of a 55 doesn't matter if there's no enemies around. You might as well have given them Vampiric Gaze with like a ton of 20 blood magic, and that would have lifestealed right through a lot of 55s. Like, they'd have to specifically be playing around that, and if they're in the middle of combat, they're just dead. Do have some mend ailments. The big thing is there's just going to be so much blind here that I want to make sure I have ways of being able to deal with it. I have a dismiss and a mend condition, and I have remedy signet. Maybe that's enough. Maybe I won't worry about it more than that. I'm going to leave Earth there. Like I said, I'll do that quest later.
Why are you bothering me?
Hi, random crate Neos. I don't think that one used Metamorphosis. 9,999 second recharge. Oh, yeah. It reminds me of Knock. I think that's the name of the skill that Rurik uses in Ruins of Sirmia that has like a 20-minute long activation time. It usually doesn't take that long to actually like finish the mission or anything, but it's just really amusing to me that its activation time is so long. I do have binding chains. That's neat. I like binding chains reasonably well. Skill I don't think about much. Because it's in communing, and communing has like no skills, so I just don't tend to use it very often. What? How? Why? You know what? Our minions can die to those crate. I don't. See if I care. I don't. Hello, crate Arcanos. See, that's a very premature Prot Spirit. Yeah, I know it wouldn't, because if it succeeds, then the enemy doesn't have Metamorphosis on their bar anymore, I imagine, so... It's probably just kind of like a placeholder thing inside the design. It's just there. Yeah. You know what I wish? What I wish we could have is like something that teaches the player, like prophecy skill quests, but they reward randomly. Like random skills rather than set ones. That would actually maybe something that'd be decent to add. Just getting a card out to make a note for myself for later order.
Why are you bothering?
Really? Have you seen some of the adult ones use it? Wow. That sounds unpleasant. If you have just prophecies in EotN, can you like capture Searing Flames off of Borgus Blisterbark? As just a random example, I just meant a non-prophecies skill, but... Interesting. So it basically is like, oh, you need Nightfall to be able to get this skill. It's something that I was kind of wondering about just because I've had, like, I got the games in the order they came out, so. Since when I started playing, maybe it was just around when Saros Furnace was the new hotness at the time, if I recall correctly. It's been a while, as one might guess. These guys have throw dirt. Well, I have debilitating shot. I don't know why these enchanteds have such ludicrous armor, but they really do. I have just absolute bonkers armor. I don't think there's ever a boss version of an enchanted weapon. Huh. That'd be kind of cool. If there had been one, I mean. I do kind of wish I was more in tune with balanced stuff back in the day. Like, back when Guild Wars was actively being developed, I kind of worked under the assumption, or had the assumption that the developers knew what they were doing. And, like, as I've learned more about game design and whatnot, I kind of came to the realization that I don't entirely think that they were, they entirely did know what they were doing. Or at least the way that they're going about it is not the way that I think it would have been best for the game. The only classes you can think of that are primarily reliant on prophecies for power are Elementalist and Monk. I know Elementalist loses a lot of stuff, like Rodgor's Invocation, without prophecies. But I realize I don't actually know offhand what the Monk loses. Kept my lockpick. I think they had a really great foundation. I think Original Prophecies was pretty solid. The big issue that I have is I don't think Isaiah Cartwright proved to be that great of a skill balancer. I feel like he came at it from like an FPS world or something. I don't know. I haven't actually looked into his history. I should probably do that sometime, but oh my goodness, this area sucks. Oh, I see what part of the problem is. Maybe. Wait, did we aggro multiple groups? It feels kind of like we might have aggroed multiple groups. Yeah, we're wiping here. This part is... This floor is the worst floor of Shards of Ore, if you ask me. So the condition spam is brutal. And part of it's just... They make these groups with, like... Yeah, there's 4 skeleton wizards in this group, and they just are spamming blind on me. like ad nauseum, and it's really annoying. Let's see, what does the wiki say? Yeah, does it say where his history said? Apparently he does epic cartwheels. Cool. Asuran's Call. Yeah, I don't know anything about Asuran's Call or what the balance of that game looked like. Yeah, I definitely wish that there had been some more interesting stuff going on with some of the skill design. I'll agree with that. Again, I think Prophecies did a really good job, but the problem after Prophecies... And part of what I think happened, too, is the timeline. Is, like, they tried to shove a new game out every 6 months. That was their goal, and obviously they failed with Factions. It took them, like, a year. But their business model was shove a new game out every 6 months. So that way we can sell a new campaign. And kind of try to copy what Magic the Gathering did with new expansions, right? That was what their business model was, and like they gave up after like 2 years, which is understandable. But the this priest needs to go down. Oh my goodness, it's so hard for me to deal damage. Okay, well, the good news is we've killed a bunch of random stuff in their back line. So they just didn't have a lot of time for being creative. They're too busy trying to figure out how the new professions would work. I imagine that they just didn't have time to really think about what stuff they were doing with the old ones. And so it's just like, okay, what's the precedent set from the previous game? Just keep doing that because like that's what they do. And like it's a tricky balance situation too because you want to make sure that you're not like expanding your professions too widely. Gwen had been vengeanced, hadn't she? Okay. I don't mind mid-combat vengeance, but I have to be very careful about giving like a mesmer vengeance. So, like, they're putting themselves in a really difficult situation is all I'm saying with that. This next group is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wizards, a cleric, a priest, and a necromancer. And the problem is that... Okay, I don't think I actually have to fight this group. I think I can just... Nope, they're kind of in the way. Never mind. It's going to be so impossible for me to actually do anything here. Oh, good. We got a meteor shower in the middle of this nonsense. That's good news. I'm just running around waiting for the eruptions. The inevitable eruptions. But yeah, I'll agree. A lot of the skill design is like a riff on a previously existent skill. It's like Arc Lightning. It's Chain Lightning, but requires a Water Magic Hex. That was the original requirement for it to split. I still really love the core systems of the game, though. Like, the core systems, the build system and the attributes and everything, the primary and secondary professional system, like, it creates a really interesting environment. Like, Guild Wars 1 is in my mind like a game that works on the strength of its systems, not on the strength of the actual implementation. That kind of goes on top of or fills out those systems, if that makes sense. And that's like part of why. And again, I would have been more creative with the skill rework project, the theoretical skill rework project, if I'd been doing it in an environment that was more suited to it. It's difficult when you're just spending a few hours per profession and not like really deep diving each one.
Are you still here?
But I do feel like the skill balance was also not as good as I had originally given it credit for. And I point to things like the apparent inability to balance around Blood Spike. The problem with Blood Spike was not that blood magic was too strong. It was that there's too many lifesteal skills in blood magic. That should have not... Like, blood magic should not have been designed with so many of the skills being lifesteal skills. But the fact that they looked at vampiric gaze and said, this is what this attribute line is, and then just flesh it out with more and more and more of those is what led to the problem.
Why are you bothering me?
Oh, actually, I should bring a signet of capture in here. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna... This is maybe less than ideal place for some of this, but whatever. Let's see. I should have a... Yes, swordsmanship hat. What even is this skin? I'm switching over to swordsmanship because I'm going to be going in. I'm going to want to try to capture a sword skill. I'm going to drop Remedy Signet as well here, I think. Standing Slash is good. Sun and Moon is good. Let's see. Do I not have... I don't know why I don't have... Alright, whatever. Problem solved. I mean, and you can specifically make skills that like try to punish it, right? This is my fundamental problem is call lifesteal but turn it to deal end damage. I mean, yeah, that's basically what they try to do with in the end is they try to patch it by making like reversal of fortune. If the next time target ally would take damage or lifesteal, that ally gains that amount of health instead. I personally really like lifesteal being able to go through all of the protection effects. I think that was a really cool idea. The problem is that they just made they looked at blood magic and was like, ah yes, blood magic is the lifesteal skill attribute instead of blood magic is the health sacrifice skill attribute. And if they'd focused in more on the life sacrifice angle and had made fewer skills that were vampiric gaze but slightly different, I think that their problems would have been largely alleviated. But it's the fact that they made so many of their skills basically that, which the thing I was just saying, that created the problem. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's go with counterattack. I'm planning on capturing Crippling Slash. Oh wait, I already have Crippling Slash. Never mind. You don't capture skills you already have, silly. Well, alright, let's just... Is there another... Hang on. Are there other skills here that I might be wanting to capture then? Huh, you can say stands out here. I should capture Stunning Strike, but that's okay. I can get it later. Devastating Hammer is available. Do I have Devastating Hammer? Yes. Okay, so none of this matters. Cool. But yeah, like, just don't have that critical mass, or and like I was getting to with the lifesteal stuff, another way of trying to deal with it would have been to make skills specifically punishing people for doing lifesteal. Like, whenever hexed foe uses lifesteal, they lose that much health instead of gaining it. You know, something like that would have been a way to try to counter it. But why? I don't need Signet of Capture. Okay, I've just forgot what was going on entirely on my skill bar. Keep Quivering Blade instead of Sun and Moon. Let's see. 1, 2. I get one more. Is Technobabble a skill that I want? Maybe I do want Signet of Remedy there. Or Remedy Signet, whatever. We'll leave counterattack. Oh, I don't have Savage Slash on this character. Let's go correct that. Let's go get some Savage Slash. That's you, isn't it? Belle Evelyn Saxon. Where is... Okay, there is no... Whatever the NPC I was looking for. That's already ID'd. You're welcome to come along if you want. I'm just going to go buy Savage Slash.
Report in.
Six. 626 gold, please. That's not what I meant. Whatever. You know what? Let's just not worry about it. Let's just go to camp rank. No. Camp rank doesn't have a skill person. Darkness Forge. Darkness Forge will have a skill person. Good old Darkness Forge. Why do I have the Zealous Katana in every slot? Bartok. Boy, that feels like a Star Trek reference. I don't think it is, but it feels like one. My Furious Sword? Yeah. Probably want my Zealous Sword, but... Okay, Savage Slash. That was what I was here for. Boy, there's a bunch of skills here I could go be buying if I want to. I'm going to grab a couple more seconds of capture. Oh, I know what happened. I accidentally typed 62 into platinum instead of gold. That would be what happened. I was very confused there for a moment. Did you want to come along with Topat? I'll dance a little bit. Grab Savage Slash onto my bar because I bought it for a reason. That was to use it. Okay. Just thought I'd ask. Okay, weapons crew member.
I'm busy.
Give me the goods. Ah. Hmm. Okay, Hada. Let's go help you with your little frustrations. Oh, Hada. So filled with your own self-importance. These guys use soldier stance, don't they? There is a migraine boss here that's very useful. When this quest is not active, specifically. I mean, to the limit's an acceptable alternative to Fear Me. The block's the annoying part, as far as I'm concerned. Got a half moon. Did I keep my lockpick? I did not. What's in this half moon? And 320 gold's worth of random junk. Crippling is useful if you're making a grip shot bar, but I do not need any more of that supply. I have plenty, thank you. I'm gonna switch over to my other sword, my Furious Sword. I think the innovation that I would actually most like to see in Guild Wars 1 would be adding attribute lines for weapons where it's the same weapon, but a different attribute line in a different profession. So like Mesmer version of swordsmanship. That to me seems like a really interesting space to play around in that I would have loved to have seen. There's a lot of other things you could do with the game, obviously, but see, this is customized, yeah. It's other things too, like there's certain common tools that you really want to have accessible that are kind of important. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that entirely. Huh. I kind of like this swamp too. It's got a neat, sort of almost mystical feel to it. It's a very different swamp than Latenda Bog. I think that's pretty neat. Sometimes it's nice to keep a low camera angle. So much of the time we're looking down at the field from kind of a higher angle, but if we go low, you can appreciate some of the scenery better. That's one of the things first-person games have over third-person games. The third-person games are usually looking down at your character. This is Quivering Blade. It is a sword attack, 5 adrenaline. That deals a nice bit of plus damage and dazes moving foes. It's mostly just an efficient attack, which is why I'm using it. Also, welcome, Dune fan. Hope you're doing well today. I like the purple haze in here. It gives it a, like the combination of like purple and green is kind of a neat set of contrasts. I'm just looking for the where this is actually at. Seems to be going up this direction. We're gonna go fight these guys. There's a lot of swamps in Guild Wars 1. There's this one here. There's a couple in Kryda. Kryda has a lot of swamps. There's Latenda Bog. Are there any swamps in... I don't think Factions has any swamps. That I can think of, anyway. Let's see. I'm just trying to think through... Yep, we got some raptors on our tail. Yeah. This is why I hate raptors. Critical defenses, why? I haven't played very many MMOs though, so I wouldn't have that point of comparison.
Here comes trouble.
Yeah, 47. Yeah. Gonna have to find another group of raptors, aren't I? Latenda Bog is my favorite of the swamps in Guild Wars 1, but that's in part the soundscape that they have for it. Yeah, that's for sure true. Oh, here we are. Yeah, getting there to be enough foliage to really feel like a swamp is not easy to do. Tar Heel on one of my theoretical profession rework videos was talking about what would be some of the stuff for like a Guild Wars, if there's a Guild Wars 1 remake. Just thinking about, it's just getting me thinking about how it'd be really cool to kind of see this stuff with a few more triangles per model and higher resolution textures and stuff. Like, these trees look decent in my opinion, but you get a little close and they stop looking so decent, right? They just kind of look like bark with some cutouts around them, right? I think they have some really good environment art. I personally really like a lot of their environment art. Nightfall is generally the one I don't like as much because it's just so much of the same thing. But I think they're really, I've always been really impressed by like their aesthetic design with their environments, personally.
I'm busy.
But that's kind of like, I don't know. I think Daniel Docio, or however his name is properly pronounced, did a really good job with like setting concept for aesthetics and like just visual style and flair. No, I'm not going to have much energy if that stays on me. It did not. I do have a couple of remove hexes, so. Quivering Blade is a faction skill, by the way, if anybody is wondering. I do not know why my brain went back to that, but here we are. I like a lot of the individual assets that they have there, and I like the skybox, so. I like the super frosty trees, the kind of like frozen willows. I think those are really cool looking.
Who goes there?
I'm going to drop over this way and grab this from Kirsch. They have some really cool set pieces in a bunch of the areas.
You need me?
Do I want to start and scan now? I don't think I do.
Why are you bothering me?
Yes. Arbor Bay. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab this one too here. Actually, I might do the... If I do that, I want to drop... Let's do GAD first and then worry about this, because I'm going to want to... I'm thinking about skill bars right now. I don't want to try to fight... Like, I have a fire elementalist. They're absolutely terrible at fighting destroyers, so I don't want to be bringing that with me. I'm going there. I like a lot of... I will say, for what this is worth, that, like, to me... It's more sort of the environments and the ambiance and things that kind of get me. I dislike a lot of the enemy design in Eye of the North. But like the implications of post-steering Ascalon, I really love post-steering Ascalon as well. I do wish that we had gotten, like, if you had asked me of something that I would have loved to have seen, it would have been if they had put the map right here. Is it right there? No, it's more like right over here. If they had put Wizard's Folly in right here, because this is about where Wizard's Folly belongs, right? Or maybe a little bit further south, but in this general area. I can't really show on this map too well because I'm trying to remember Old Ascalon and Regent Valley. So Wizard's Folly kind of fits in right here-ish. I really would have liked to have seen some of that, but part of that is I am a sucker for ruins. I think ruins are really, really cool, and I love them. So, you know, it's one of those things where I would have personally really liked to have seen more of that. But let's just kill this group of Vanguardons because we're gonna have to fight. Oh, I don't like seeing that. There's a group of raptors right there coming in towards our position. Yeah. Gwen, I don't appreciate you dying on me. Yeah, critical defenses is up. Okay. My bigger problems with like I said, I feel that some areas are very samey. Kaineng City is too big in terms of like relative maps. I don't mind the size of Kaineng City, but I wish that there had been more maps bordering as borderlands between the Echovold Forest and the Jade Sea, and a lot of the design of that area and factions, in my opinion, could have really benefited from emphasizing the conflict between the Luxons and the Kurziks better. And I think the story, like the conflict between the Luxons and the Kurziks is like so integral to what huge swaths of factions are about, except for the main story. And so like the fact that the main story is just like so tangential on that, I think was a mistake design-wise. So I would have loved to have seen something to readjust that. And like having the border zones between them so that way you could actually get between areas. Like, there's a lot, and I've talked about it extensively, but there's in past things, but there's a lot with factions where I genuinely wish that the design had been quite different. To emphasize things differently. Kryta is really weirdly arranged. It's got this very horseshoe shape to it, and it makes it feel very incomplete. I also don't know why there isn't an outpost in, like, why Dekudu Village is not just an outpost that you can go and like have as a fast travel point. That's the town in the Talmark Wilderness where we have the War and Kryta camp set up. It definitely feels like it should be an outpost. So Kryta is very weird in that it feels like it's supposed to be a very like populated place, but it's weirdly empty and devoid of things. And then that goes back to the Maguma jungle just not having much to do. And this is part of the yeah, it would be really nice if the Ascalonian settlement had been an outpost. They're able to do some stuff with it not being one, but it would have been really nice if it was as well. I agree. It's just like Kryta just feels a little bit devoid of stuff happening. And it's got like so much wilderness in it with like the swamp and stuff, like I don't know. I think some of the arrangement and some of that could have been made more sense. And could have had more connections. In particular, Temple of the Ages should have exited to... I forget what zone it is just to the north of it, but it should have exited to that zone as well. It should have had multiple exits. But it really feels to me like... Right. Yeah, and like this is another thing too, actually. I would have really liked it if Rin had been an outpost. I don't know why Rin was not made an outpost. Like, it's in the game. And for those who do not know, I'm talking about at the very end of the Nolani... Is it Nolani Ruins? Whatever. The Ruins of or the Nolani mission. Nolani Academy. I don't know why my brain's blanking on the actual name of the mission, but I know which one I'm talking about. You know, it's the one that's... let's see... Over here. Right down here is where Rin is. Right? And they... Like... Yeah, why is Rin only in a mission? Why is it not an outpost? It should have been an outpost. Like, we recaptured Rin. It should have been an outpost that we... were left in at the end of that mission, and I don't know why we weren't. Okay, I think those guys are leaving us alone. So it's like, why is it only at the end of the Nolani Academy mission? Like, it should have been an outpost that we received. And then from there, we should have had primary quests to take us through the Ascalonian foothills up to Yaxbend. Like, there's a lot there that I think should have been a bit different. Just a little bit more fleshed out. Like, Prophecies to me is like a really great skeleton that's just kind of like missing a bunch of like tissue. And like it... I think it's most egregious in... and I love Prophecies, like, but... I think the sort of like lack of stuff is most egregious in Henjum and Ravi, which feels like it's supposed to be a major outpost for the Shining Blade, but it's just empty of anything to do. I don't know what blinded me for friggin' ever, but anyway. Why does the X-Men have more quests than the entirety? You encounter directly from... I mean, part of it, too, is... up through Yaxbend, you have profession-specific quests. So, like, you have warrior quest chains or whatever. After you get out of Yaxbend, starting in Beacon's Perch, you have a quest that gives you different skills depending upon what your professions are. So it's like... this quest will give you a... you know, it's the warrior skill it rewards you with, the mesmer skill, the monk skill, the necromancer, the ranger, the elementalist skill. So, like, they switched to that structure, and that's part of why there's fewer quests kind of after, like, post-Ascalon. Because they didn't have quests per profession, which, like, frankly, is probably better from a, like, actually making enough content for player standpoint. But, not outside of Yaxbend, unless you're talking about quests I'm not aware of. Like, if you go and look up skill quests on the wiki, go please. And you go the by profession ones. They have quests in pre-steering, post-steering Ascalon. No, that is not what I wanted. Pre-steering Ascalon, post-steering Ascalon, and then there's a quest chain, or there's a quest for each one in Yaxbend, but they stop having profession-specific ones after that point. after yak spend. Instead, what you get is you just like you'll get like here's the list of 6 skills that this gives. You get 2 of them because you have 2 professions. So, okay, let's go get Haida unlocked.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Yeah, okay. So I add Haida. That means I go over here. And I add a pack for Hero Haida. Add 1 booster. Yay, Paragon skills. Hey, incoming. That's good. It's always nice to get incoming. Let's see. What do I have now? There's a few there, and then there's the ones here. These are the skills I just got from that from the Haida pack for what I'm doing here. Do I have fallback? No, it doesn't look like it. That's okay. I'm not going to necessarily use Haida right away, but I wanted to get her unlocked. So now she's unlocked. So that's now an option. Okay. Let's see, and I turn in that cipher. Yeah, and then that one I'll do later. Okay. Let's go do this one. Do I want to change anything? I think this is fine for the moment. Let's go do this quest then. Finding Gad.
Here comes trouble.
Raptors. I should actually probably clear these guys out. One of the things I need to go grab is back over that way. Let's actually get these Angordons. They might be annoying later. Well, I just got wrecked. Gordons are kind of nasty. Restore Condition's really good against them, though. Because their worst skill is Twisting Jaws. And Restore Condition does a really good job of countering that. Ooh, yeah, Meteor Shower. Do your thing. I have Condition Removal, right? Okay, not much. Just gonna get there first. Okay, I'm gonna disable Vengeance for the moment. It's gonna be really annoying if I leave that around. Don't know what that mob's about. Just saved myself a bunch of damage by interrupting Twisting Jaws. Ooh, another lockpick. Is it a lucky week? It's a lot of lockpicks. I did not check what the bonus was. I'm gonna actually do that now. Nope. Weekly bonus, faction support bonus. And Codex Arena, not that anybody does that. I like Codex Arena, but in theory. Well, I interrupted 1 critical defenses, so that's a victory for the day. Parts of prophecies that were finished when ANET put jibs up for sale was pre-post in Crystal Desert. Yeah, they'd gotten all the missions done, but I definitely feel like prophecies is one of those things where I really feel like they I mean, every game could use more polish. Just, putting that out there, but I really wish that there had been more in a lot of prophecies. And I'd love to see a prophecies remake along the lines of the Final Fantasy VII remake. That just is like, let's throw in a ton more detail and just flesh everything out a bunch. I know people don't like some of the stuff with FF7 remake, or there's mixed opinions on some of the stuff that they're doing with it, but the basic idea of let's flesh everything out a lot more is really cool to me. What I would actually have loved to see, congratulations. What I would love to see is a bit more of because I think one of the things that's really unfortunate that happened throughout Guild Wars is King Adelburn. The nuance of who King Adelburn is was lost over the course of the game. So if you look at what's actually going on in Ascalon, you have the Prince Rurik's Vanguard, which you are a part of explicitly. You are recruited by the Prince, you join his Vanguard. It sounds like you're being recruited by the King at the beginning, but you join Prince Rurik's Vanguard. And so you're a member of the Prince's Vanguard in prophecies. That's just when you make a prophecies character, that's what happens, right? And a lot of quests will kind of point that out. So there's the King's Army and the Prince's Vanguard, and there's a lot of tension between those two groups that we don't it's there. We can see it if we're looking for it, but if we're not paying attention, we probably won't see it. And so the King's Army has a much more defensive posturing, and in contrast to the Prince Rurik's army, which is a lot more aggressive. And this is where we get to things like the Breach. The Breach is not where the Char broke through the lines. It's where Duke Baradin's group broke through the lines to go to Picken Square to try to figure out what happened to Althea. There's a lot of subtlety that's going on there. And part of what we have going on with a bunch of the quests is that the Vanguard sees the King's Army as cowards, and the King's Army sees the Vanguard as reckless and brash and unwilling to follow orders. And what you have is this really interesting tension going on that ultimately comes to a breaking point. And so Prince Rurik going over the mountains was really devastating to their army because he took a huge number of people with him. And so he fractured Ascalon, and that fracturing was probably part of what doomed them. But I think over time, King Adelburn's, the way that he's presented in the Last Day Dawns quest as well is that he's presented as somebody who's sorrowful of the decision that he made. He still cared about Rurik and wanted let's see, Last Day Dawns. Let's just see Last Day Dawns. I want to grab the dialogue there. Wiki's being a little slow for me now. I don't know why. Does it have... Let's see. Yeah. So when you complete it, King Adelburn says, "A long time have I fought for Ascalon, first as a soldier blessed by Balthazar, now as its king. Though I have survived one more battle, and I will see another day, It will not make me any more wise, only one day older. I have lost all that a man can lose. All that I have left is this antiquated set of armor and the remains of this tattered kingdom. I thank you for your help today. Rurik would have been very proud of all you have accomplished. Like, that line of dialogue is a lot more nuanced of, like, who King Adalbern is. But over time, he just came to be, like, very one-dimensional. The foolish, char-hating king and stuff. And, like, the problem is there is a biased perspective. Like, Rurik's Vanguard has a very biased perspective, which is the player's perspective because we're part of it. And then what ends up happening over time is that the developers forget that it's a biased perspective as they bring in new people who weren't necessarily, like, considering things in the same way. And over time, you just get it presented as, like, with the end game thing that they added to prophecies later on, right? You have the presentation of King Adalbern is just being like, well, all I care about is Ascalon. Just why you need to get your butt back into Ascalon and help defend there, right? But that's, like, not... It's a very narrow perception of... Oh, these guys dropped Jotunpels. That's interesting. Like, that's a very narrow perception of who Adalbern actually is when you look at the earlier material. And so I think ArenaNet kind of, like, bought into their own propaganda in some regards, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think they were just not as skilled of writers. I like a lot of what they were trying to do with both of those. Winds of Change doesn't fit because, like, for me, Winds of Change doesn't work very well because what they're trying to do is humanize the gangs of Kaineng, right? The Jade Brotherhood and the Ampha. And they just utterly failed to actually spend any time doing that. It's just like, oh, you're supposed to care about them now when they've just been mindless enemies this entire time. And, like, that doesn't work. And, like, then when you get to, like, Warren Kryda overall is fine to me. I like some of what it's doing. But, like, Winds of Change, like, the story that they're telling, I think, is an interesting story to be told, but it just does not fit in the game very well. And part of that is just they needed to do a lot more work humanizing the gangs. And we needed to see why they're not all just enemies. And they didn't do that. So one of the things I really don't like about Gwen in Eye of the North is she has what I call, like, prodigy syndrome. Like, Gwen is like 17, 18 in Eye of the North, something like that. And she's like in Hearts of the North, she's like 18, 19, somewhere in there. So, like, she's really young, and she should, like, I feel like they're writing her like she's in her 20s, not like she's a late teenager. And I feel like they're presenting her that way. She should look younger, in my opinion, and a bit younger, and she should, like, be written to be a bit younger. She should not be as high of a rank as she is. She was with the Ebon Vanguard for, like, maybe a year before we saw her in Eye of the North. It was like... Yeah, so she's got too much of that child prodigy, like, thing going on, which is a very tired thing for me. That was not what I was expecting from that. I'm just salvaging a few things down before I... Yeah, I don't mind dropping some stuff off in Tantide land. What do you get me? Of all the things I thought I was going to get from that spear, that is not what I thought I was going to get from that. Have a tactics shield. It is this one right here. Adamantine shield is actually pretty cool skin too. But yeah, so it's just one of those things where like I don't like magically gifted child trope. Like teenagers are the sort of people, and I say this having been one at one point in time in my life, they're the sort of people who think that they have a better grasp on the world than they do because they've learned enough, but not enough, right? So it's like they've learned enough about the world to think that they understand the world, but not enough to realize that they don't. So it's like, it's what, the Dunning-Kruger effect or something like that? Not that there aren't smart, capable teenagers out there, but our society has a bit of a youth worship complex going on, and I get a little bit tired of it. Backing one's character, agree that her character's kind of crap, but at least you can appreciate the whole hypocrisy motivation angle she has. Vanguard, story word of motivation to save my boyfriend. I mean, part of what's going on is she's just not reconciled her feelings. Like, it's messing with her. Because she hasn't acknowledged that she has those feelings for Kieran, and she's trying to figure out what it means to be dutiful. Oh. You're talking about the Ebon Vanguard branch in general? I think part of it is she really needs her superior because she doesn't know what to do as a leader yet. Oh man, that interrupt felt good. I never got particularly romantic subtexts from that, but I'll also admit that I'm not a romantic person in that sense, so I'm likely to miss them. I mean, the difference is Langmar has experience being a leader that Gwen doesn't have. I mean, probably my biggest frustration with the Eye of the North story is that it feels like it completely abandons the canon of that was established in Sorrow's Furnace. Like, the Great Destroyer's name is never spoken in the Eye of the North, and that was supposed to be what summoned the Great Destroyer. So, like, they retconned it hard to make it fit their Elder Dragon narrative. And I don't like the Elder Dragons. I think Elder Dragons are boring as a concept. I don't know if they've done something interesting with it since I played Guild Wars 2. Because I've only played the main personal story, whatever they call it, like Living World Season 2. And like some... and I like technically played through Hearts of the North, but I got really confused like halfway through. And I've only done that once. Oh man, interrupting... That felt good. That being Whirlwind. So like, this game... Because they were making this game to set up Guild Wars 2 and their whole Elder Dragon angle there, and it meant that the direction that they took everything was really wonky. I don't mind the idea of Living World, but I just don't like persistent world MMOs, I've found. There's too many design compromises that they have to make. In order to be able to accommodate that, and I don't like they're compromises that damage my experience. I know that they, like, for a lot of people, the like social aspect that they get out of it is like great and they love it. That's cool. I'm glad that that sort of game exists for them, but it actively is a detriment to my experience. So like, the compromise that they have to make it work in order to be able to get something that most of the time I don't like. Like, I don't like big horde world bosses and stuff, so. They like the concepts, but then want to tell their fanfiction, then having to pump out cheap content once a month. Yeah, I mean, like, the rate of content release is definitely, I can see being an issue with it. I mean, any MMO is going to run into that sort of problem to some extent, especially, though, because Guild Wars doesn't have a subscription fee. They have to make revenue somehow in order to keep their servers going, and that's, like, what models are available to them. They need to keep people engaged, so they need to keep having content for people to do. And I don't know if this is true in Guild Wars 2 at this point in time, but ArenaNet has for a very long time struggled to figure out what endgame is supposed to look like in their model. Because a lot of endgame, as I understand it in MMOs, yeah, I mean, yes, you're gonna have a really hard time like doing a good job when you have to pump stuff out that quickly. But like, it's just one of those things where like MMOs, as I understand it, a lot of them are gear grind. That's what their end game is grinding end game content in order to get better gear. And Guild Wars 1 in particular tried to avoid doing that. They didn't want the gear grind, explicitly so. And so they always kind of struggled to make an effective end game as a result. Like, you've got skins, but skins are subjective unless they commit. Like, for some people, skins are a social status, so they don't care about the appearance of the skin. They just care about the social status conferred by the skin. I'm not that sort of person, so to me, it's what do I like visually? That kind of impacts that, like my own preferences that way. But yeah, so it's just one of those things where like Guild Wars really struggles of like, what is our end game supposed to look like? Like, what are people doing with their time in the game once they've like finished the story? And I don't know if they fixed that with Guild Wars 2. Certainly, I don't think they did with the initial release. I don't know if they figured it out yet. But it's a really tricky one because without having the gear grinds, the gear treadmill, as like trying to explicitly avoid that in their game design means that they have a really hard time doing that. I think some of the achievement hunting in Guild Wars 2 might help with some of that. I'm not sure, though. Certainly, titles helped a lot. And having God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals, the GWAM title track, was very beneficial in terms of giving this game longevity. Because a lot of people pursue that. It gives them something to seek. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like their design like just doesn't lend to it. And for me, I don't need an end game. I enjoy the core mechanics of the game, so I just need an excuse to like play it. And to some extent, I can kind of create my own excuse. But like, there's a reason I have over 20 characters. It's because I enjoy making different characters and playing through the content. But different people are built differently, and their motivations are different, and so it's a real challenge though when you're just like, okay, our business model is keep people playing so they buy microtransactions, and like buy new campaign releases or expansion releases or whatever, and like for that to work, you have to have new stuff coming out at a high enough frequency. But I wouldn't be interested in a game with a subscription fee anyway. And that's always going to be a little bit of a... Like, you can get a different demographic if you don't have a subscription fee. Yeah. And that's the issue, right? Is like... that end game is just so important for the longevity of an MMO. And the Guild Wars model of not having to grind for the best gear, which I personally like, means that the end game doesn't really exist very well. Yeah. Yeah, and that's one of the problems with Guild Wars 1 is the player-driven economy is really wonky at best. Yeah, their economy, like Guild Wars 2. So Guild Wars 1 has the problem that it's really hard to engage in the player economy, which makes it difficult for people to participate because the resources inherent to the game are pretty crap. Very limited. Like you have the traders, which are technically a part of the economy, but like doing any trading outside of the traders is a really challenging proposition. And then you have the in Guild Wars 2, the trading post is so effective as a source of trading that it kind of does things weird. Part of the problem that I have with Guild Wars 2 is there's too many freaking crafting materials. I much prefer the Guild Wars 1 crafting system. The Guild Wars 2 crafting system is just like Chef is kind of interesting until it becomes adventure game guess what I'm thinking design in the like later stages of it. But Guild Wars, but most of Guild Wars 2's crafting is just like, here's tier 1, follow the formulas for building up your tier 1 till you get to tier 2. And like you're getting so much experience by doing it, at least back when I played, which I don't play Guild Wars 2 because I don't have fun with it. Like I don't hate it, it's just boring. But so much of the crafting is just like, okay, it was just like you get so much experience that by the time you get up to the next, like the gear that you are making tiers you out, like levels you out of that gear, sort of thing. And I much prefer the way crafting works in Guild Wars 1, but people really like players love being able to jump and they love being able to like have crafting professions where it's like they're the ones doing the crafting, even if it's like whatever. Yeah, I'm aware of the things that you're referencing. I have not studied those player types as much. My familiarity is much more with the Magic player psychographics. So if you could refresh me on what some of those are, that would be appreciated. Really? You have Ardens Argentum. That's interesting. I mean, my problem is that the crafting system has a lot of materials that effectively are redundant and therefore boring, and also make loot in lower level areas feel kind of bad. It's not an interesting and engaging system. Like, to me, the Guild Wars 2 crafting system is like too much grind for too little exploration, and it feels like there's just too much like tedium and overhead in it for very little reward for that. Like that's my problem kind of in a nutshell with the Guild Wars 2 crafting system. But a 2-axis graph based on whether the player is seeking to act or interact upon other players and act or interact within the world. Gotcha. All these protector stances. Yeah, if I move, maybe it'll... Did we kill him? Oh, I guess we killed him. When interact with both, yeah. I have a mouse pad, and it's starting to leak a little bit. It's got a gel cushion on it. Okay, anyway. Achievers want to act upon the world while acting upon players. Okay, so that finishes that. So I need to do this. Okay, at this point I need to drop... I'm going to keep Vec around, but I'm going to re-add him to my party. Yeah, acting upon the world. Killers want to interact with players while acting upon the world. Explorers just want to act upon players while interacting with the world. What do you mean by act upon? I think that would help clarify for me. That's not the right thing. I want this. Let's see. What do I have for mesmer damage? Do I have... calculated risk is good. Clumsiness. See, I don't actually have any rangers right now. Actors perform activities in competition or opposition with, while interact is in conjunction with. Okay. Two sickness of spirits is worthless. I think I might. Yeah, let's go with Heda. I think I want to take her in a more motivation-y direction. She has a command shield. That's awkward, but... Socializers want story, killers want to win, achievers want to boast, explorers want to find. Okay. The crafting materials don't feed into the needs of the clear archetype players. So the crafting doesn't really feel like it helps with winning. That's kind of what it... If I'm understanding you correctly, it's kind of the summary there. Yeah, significant return is good. Command... needs to become motivation. Let's see. What do I want to do with Heda? Yeah, it's hard to win at crafting in either game. Oh yeah, I need to clear out my inventory as well. I don't need more cloth. Just sell most of this stuff. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't feel like trying to salvage bones out. Well, you know what? Sure. Just feel like they'd be bones, right? Yeah. A lot of bones. Crafting and guild organization are the primary vectors of progression for socializers. Gotcha.
What news?
There we go. Is there a rune trader here, or do I need to pop back to my guild hall? Hang on. Soros.
Who goes there?
I could make a motivation shield off from you. If I did that, it would not have an inscription, which is inferior. Just looking for something that would be good to give Heda here. For an offhand. Which I don't think I have one of those lying around at the moment. I could put that disease thing in there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. And like that is an issue, I think, with Guild Wars 2, is it doesn't really have good inputs into the economy from crafting as far as I'm aware. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that then. Welcome, Borgwall. I was just trying to think about if I had any sort of inscriptions that would be useful on a shield, because she has a command shield by default, but I'm making her motivation right now, because that's what I have better skill selection in. So I was just trying to look to see if I had anything that I would want to potentially give her, and the answer was no. But I still went looking. I think I'm going to make her superior leadership. Minor spear mastery is expensive, but whatever. Minor command, and I need 81 gold. Minor motivation, because nobody likes motivation. Understandably so. Motivation has too much, like, 20-second recharging chance. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some radiance for her too while I'm here. Yeah, I think you have a better working knowledge of some of those things than I do. Okay, Hada. I'm going to give you the power's yours. Explore Achievers are the only people you cannot take development advice from because they just care that there's a game to play. Lyric of Zeal. Lyric of Zeal would be good as well. Yeah, I'm not quite sure which one of those archetypes I fall into. I know from a Magic the Gathering player psychographics, I'm primarily a variety Timmy with a like mix of like Johnny and Spike in there. Where I want the I like exploring different concepts for like buildcraft, for example, in this game, and seeing what sort of results I can get within the system. But I also want to make sure that I'm like being at least somewhat effective in that. Let's see, Wild Throw. I don't care for Unblockable Throw. Chest Thumper might be fine though. Do I have? Yeah, okay. Chest Thumper. Not a skill I usually use, but here we are. Wild Throw, and I do like myself Holy Spear. I feel like I might want to go slash Monk. Hasty Refrain actually is not a bad idea. Actually, no. I want more enchantment removal. Do I have Mirror of Disenchantment? 2 copies of Lys's Balance. Well, that's not a good skill. The problem with Lys's Balance is it's just strictly worse than Mirror of Disenchantment. Cool. Maybe I just give her Gaze of Contempt? There, that gives me some additional removal that way. I just feel like I don't have enough condition removal, so hopefully this works. Mirror of Disenchantment would be my preferred skill here, but I don't have that in my pool right now, so not bringing it. Okay. So with that adjustment made... Oh, I need to change Vec because Tanai's Wind is fundamentally worse without burning happening. Okay, I'm not causing overcast, so Lightning Strike is not a viable skill. I could swap to Chain Lightning instead of Lightning Orb. Yeah. Gotcha. Explorer Achievers. That's kind of like the extreme end of a quadrant. Is that how that works? Mm-hmm. I see. I think. Enervating Charge being a good... No, it would not be. I feel like I might want to switch to Chain Lightning and Lightning Strike. But Lightning Strike is not as great against the Chores because of anti-hex stuff. I have a few hexes. I should probably change Mark of Pain out, actually. Although I'm looking at this. Then mono names other quadrants. Okay, so that's kind of like on an axis then. So Explorer Achiever, is that more like on an axis? I'm trying to understand exactly how the thing is arranged. So I can make sure I'm understanding what you're communicating. Okay, yeah, this just needs something. I can find a something. Right? Theoretically. I mean, I can just put on Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is a good spell. I can probably just drop the Slippery Ground. It's cute, but more than good. And put on Arc Lightning. Yeah, I like that plan. Drop these points out of Water Magic, put them into energy storage. Energy storage. Explorer Achievers care about acting upon the world and flip-flop between acting and interacting with players. Flesh Golems of GW1 are so much more menacing than GWs. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 minions are... They made it the Summoner class for Minion Mastery in Guild Wars 2 in many regards. Guild Wars 2 just has a slightly different art style as well. Okay, I need to meet rank. Oh, right. I wanted to change Mark of Pain because this is a short last, or this is a single target hex, so it's gonna get yanked off a lot. This would actually not be a bad spot to put. Oh, Shadow of Fear is not a bad. It doesn't work super well with Spiteful Spirit, but normally player interaction is the vertical axis and world interaction is the horizontal. Okay. So Achievers are bottom right, Explorers are top right. Okay, so this is kind of positive x-axis then for the Explorer Achievers. I also have Death Magic I could be grabbing. Is there anything there that would be good? I could grab a different type of minion. Not really. No, I don't have... I actually don't have different types of minions available to me. Well, let's just grab Desecrate Enchantments. It's some decent damage. That's fine. Yeah, I like that a little bit better just because of the way things shake out. Okay, let's see. So I finished that side of things. I do need to do this. I think I'm going to go do these two ciphers, though. Describing it to people, casual and killer achievers tend to miscategorize themselves as explorer achievers. Right, because they're misunderstanding their the way that they're I'm trying to remember everything. They're miscategorizing themselves in terms of because they misperceive how they're interacting with the game. Is that correct? I'm clearly I am not doing super well with this. Keeping everything straight in my head. Okay. Time to fight some crate. And of course, a lot of this will come out too in what sort of games they enjoy. They misinterpret the term killer as being hardline for PvP players. Yeah, that's where I thought that was going. When it could be things like, if my understanding is correct, so let me if it isn't. Let me know if it isn't. Where it could be something like boasting about having some sweet armor or something. And like trying to be competitive in that way. Is that my understanding? Or is that understanding correct? Where like competition with players can be along a social axis and not just game mechanics. Okay, I'm almost at this target. It's a general achiever point of view. Okay. Yeah, I'm still trying to get a feel for how this thing works. Again, I have heard of the things that you're talking about, but I haven't really looked into them very deeply. So I just don't have enough familiarity to be able to speak on them super well. Which is why I'm trying to, like, it's the sort of thing where if I weren't actively streaming, I would be like looking up a chart on Wikipedia or something. But achievers and killers are competing with the game. Well, I found the Fast of Spirit. Or within the game. Oh, garbage face. We've got too many crate on us. Yeah, if we don't wipe here, I'll be a little surprised. So it's more about like taking down content for the like sake of taking down content sort of thing. Would that be more accurate? Killers favor PvP, whereas achievers prefer raiding, but it's not absolute. Gotcha. Too many crates, too many crates. Need to go down there and kill that facet. Secret Arcanos getting in the way. Oh good, interrupted a blinding surge. Okay, I think I'm going to need to fight these 3 here. Has anybody done a mapping of oh, I forget who it was who did that system. But has anybody done a mapping of that to the Magic Psychographics? I'd be curious to know on that front. Because I think that would help me as well. Because it feels like they don't... Like, they're both systems of trying to understand player motivations and why players are playing games, but they're structured differently. Yeah, I should try to remember to look that up. I'll make a note over here. Gotcha. That helps right there, just because I'm much more familiar with the Magic Psychographics. Yeah. I mean, it's the underlying motivations of what you're getting from the game, right? So there's always going to be a little bit of stuff coming from that. I know I tend to... Like, I enjoy PvP in games, but I don't know where that thought was going. I don't... Yeah, like, I don't like the big open world. I like multiplayer and its like contained environment. So I really like the fact that Guild Wars 1 is an instanced game. I really like the way it's structured. And would in fact be happier with it being like a more robust single player game, which is kind of weird to say, I suppose, for some people, but I just wish more games used systems from this one in terms of the build craft, because I really like the build craft. But anyway, I've mentioned that before. Okay, let's go this way. Hate is really helping with my team's energy. The metric harvesting. Like, what specific metrics are you referring to? Like, when I hear metrics, I think of things like what players do and how they use things and that sort of stuff. Like, metrics is a pretty broad term, so I'm just kind of curious to what you're referring to there. I'm enjoying the conversation, by the way. I just have a lot of questions because I'm curious. That's right. There's a gigantic Maguma-style log that you take down here. This is a pretty neat set piece.
Here comes trouble.
Oh man, I forgot to grab the friggin' bounty at the start. Ugh. I feel silly. Do I have... Yeah, I'm gonna just swap to that one thinking about it. I haven't actively played Magic in a long time. I prefer the paper version of it because waiting for other people... Like, I tend to be a very, like, intuitive decision maker, which means I'm, like, not necessarily great at the long-term planning, but it means I spend a lot of time when I'm playing, like, an online version of Magic, just sort of waiting for the other person to make a move, and I find that boring. So... Outside of what player archetype you are, the complex interaction between motivations and tensions are the elements of how WotC harvests metrics are fundamentally bad. Like, there's been this movement for the last 10 years to improve the Timmy experience while ignoring Spike and Johnny. Was Fire meant to improve the experience for Timmy too, I think? Yeah, I mean, there's been a... Like, I'll agree. I feel like they have... been sort of neglecting the and again, I have not been paying close attention to Magic lately. My like, I watch Loading Ready Run's pre-releases perspective on things is that I feel like they've been emphasizing like Commander and the social aspects of Magic more than the like competitive, like Pro Tour and stuff. It feels like they've been focusing more on like streamers and like more personality driven things and stuff like that, since that's become big. And I think the pro stuff has been less successful of a marketing arm as of late. And so I think they have been trying to emphasize like a bigger swath of like a different sort of base. You know what I mean? Yeah, I haven't really, like, I often will read, like, I'll watch Loading Ready Runs pre-release, and I will, like, read the set spoilers, or not spoilers, but, you know, the set lists and stuff, but I haven't been actively playing Magic. I don't know. When was the last set that I was really getting stuff of? Kaladesh, maybe? Around there? Yeah. Balance is hard. And Magic has gotten so big that it's especially difficult because... Oh, I did not... Well, I guess I have some stance removal on Hada, but I did not think to bring... But balance is really hard. Yeah, well, like, they screwed up big time with Companion, and that was a whoopsie-daisy. Because the fire thing was basically like, let's make everything more exciting, right? Was kind of the idea fundamentally. Like, I don't mind the idea of something like murder being a common instead of an uncommon, and having access to good effects at common, I think is fine. But it's how pushed should you make things? How does that affect the draft environment and that sort of stuff? I think that they've been trying to push stuff too hard lately, is my general understanding. They've, like, it seems like from what I hear, and again, I'm not paying the closest of attention, that they have too many, like, Mirrodin block, when they had those bans, and I'm talking about the original Mirrodin block, when they had the bans for, like, artifact lands and stuff for because of affinity, like, that was a huge deal, and I feel like I'm hearing about standard bans a lot more commonly these days. I want some energy here. Well, because the idea of the New World Order was to try to reduce complexity at common. Specifically, because, like, after Time Spiral block, common had gotten, like, there had been so much complexity in the game, or Lorwyn especially, with all of the mechanics going on there, that it just made people's brains melt. So New World Order, as I understand it, was to try to limit the complexity at common, not specifically adjust power level. But when you're limiting complexity, like, simple powerful effects can exist at common, but it means that, like, more nuanced powerful effects are harder to do. It's harder to do good synergy. Yeah, and that's the problem, is because when you lose complexity, you lose the ability to have synergy-based power. Because you can't build in synergy points as easily. Because like, synergy requires complexity. Yeah, unfortunately, like, one of my biggest frustrations with Magic is economically speaking. Like, fetch lands should be, like, way more readily available, but they know they move boosters, so they put them at rare because the fetch lands move boosters. How are you calculating the rarities? Just, I'm curious on your math on that, or, like, your explanation for that. Because I can think of like, basic lands, common, uncommon, rare, and then there are a few other things. There were the time shifted sheet and time spiral block. There was, which is kind of its own thing. There was the shifted. Time shifted, or plane shifted, or whatever, and stuff. But, like, that was limited to time spiral blocks, so. Because there's common 11, common 5, rare 6, rare 3, rare 2. Oh, okay, yeah, print numbers on sheets. Sure. Yeah, I get you now. I'm gonna switch over to my Vamp Sword. Right. Yeah. So, like, a rare 3 is 3 times more common than a rare 1, because it would be 3 times on the rare sheet as opposed to 1 time on the print sheet. Right. Is my understanding. Print sheet stuff is one of those, like, subtle, really important details that it doesn't really get discussed much. Yeah, I understand the idea behind Mythic Rare. I think that Mythic Rare is one of those things where I understand why they wanted to do it. I would prefer them to stick with the fancy frames idea and get rid of Mythic Rare as a concept, but I mean, that cat's out of the bag. Mythic Rare is exciting, and again, everything is about trying to move as much product as possible, because that's the financial incentive. So it's not good, like, accessibility of your game. And, like, this is the problem too, is Magic exists as both a collectible and a game, and that creates a lot of tension on its design, because collectability pushes towards rarity, like things being rare, whereas a game, like being a playable active game, pushes towards accessibility. You want your pieces to be accessible so people can actually play it. So, like, Magic has this really tight tension between, like, even ignoring financial incentives, right? It has this really tight tension between being a collectible and being a game, which is an absolute nightmare. I personally would lean much more towards being a game rather than a collectible. But like where that needle kind of sits is going to vary a little bit on like, I mean, frankly, the collectible angle is good for selling packs as well. So it gets a little bit of a, again, they're trying to thread that needle, and I don't think they always succeed. It's the sort of thing where, like I said, I would personally prefer things like fetch lands. Like the cards that people need to play the game should be not particularly expensive. Like I think all fetch lands should be maybe like $2 at most. Because they're just such an integral part to being able to play the game. Now, that's not to say I think fancy lands should be, but like mana fixing lands I don't think should be expensive on the secondary market. I think their availability should be a lot higher. But I've thought about making a TCG, and I've a science fiction based one, and I got a decent way through some of the base design, but not to the point of actually playtesting anything. But I'd want to do that as a living card game where like there are boosters that you could do limited with, and that use similar concepts, frankly, to what Magic has done lately with the collector packs, where there are like alternate appearance cards. But then there's also a living card game thing where it's just like, yeah, if you just want to play this as a game, everything's going to have its like base vanilla appearance, but you can just buy that and play that. That's the way that I'd want to do it, but that's not the most lucrative, right? The most lucrative is like what Magic has been trying to do, where you have like these secret drops or whatever they're calling them, and you have the secret lair, and you have other things that drive collector stuff, and then you put your chase cards at higher rarities to force people to buy more boosters to be able to get the copies they need to play their decks and all that sort of stuff. So see Blorf for your reward, which is what I will do. Blorf. But I have problems with Magic's business model, even though I think it's the core concept of the game. I think is a really great game. Like I said, I haven't been doing a whole lot with it lately, personally, in terms of playing it. I want to play with all of my paper cards in person and all that sort of stuff, but you know, we're still in a global pandemic and all that sort of unfortunate stuff. Someday it will end. Someday. Let's see. I don't really care about this Essence of Celerity. I'll stick it in my bank, probably. Between Shards of Alara and Magic 2021, there are only 11, common 5, rare 2, and rare 1 mythic. Now the rarity of common and uncommon is completely whacked. I was not aware of that. But I've also not looked into those sort of things too particularly deeply. So it's not surprised I wouldn't. But so they've been messing with sort of the... No, I don't need wood. Okay. Yeah, I have too much wood. I don't need wood. Interesting that they've been messing with that stuff.
Oh, great. Another Buka.
I have also heard that like there have been a lot of inconsistent print quality issues and other things too. I know Hasbro's been really pushing to try to like grow Magic in terms of like its revenue. And I think that there's been a lot of pressure on WotC to do things that are what's the difference between a draft booster and a set booster? That sounds like a thing they added more recently. I need to go talk to Kirsch. But yeah, I think the people at WotC have been having a really hard challenge of trying to figure out how to not alienate their fan base while also growing Magic and making it as profitable as possible and all that sort of stuff. It's a very challenging thing to try to do. And draft boosters is the old style of 15 card boosters. I would tend to assume as much because they are called draft boosters. I will use the Star of Transference on myself. Okay. I want to go do... Where's rank? Yeah. Oh, yes. I do want to actually leave from here, so that's convenient. Set boosters are 14 card boosters with 8 common and uncommon slots, 4 mechanic slots, 2 rare slots, and a showpiece panorama slot. I see. 8 common or uncommon slots is weird. And mechanics, I assume, are to highlight some specific mechanics, such as, I don't know, ninjutsu or something. Just picking a random mechanic out of the air. That was the one that whose name came into my head first, so I don't know. There we are. Let's give everybody some energy. Yeah, that's so. The mechanic slots, do they follow a sort of like? I assume that those can be cards of any rarity, so it's just kind of like whatever they end up being. Right, so that there can like you can buy like a couple of them to make a deck out of, sort of thing. I assume is sort of the goal. So it's not uncommon to open 12 plus red cards and it's from a set booster. Sure, yeah. Okay, so they can be, but they can be any non-mythic card that has that set mechanic. I'm assuming it's the rarity rate weighting is like commons are more common there than uncommons, which are more common than rares. I assume it follows that sort of standard model.
Why are you bothering me?
I don't know. Why is my talking to you bothering you, Asuran? Yeah, that's gonna throw all sorts of monkeys into wrenches, or I don't know. You know the saying. It's gonna mess with things. That's my point. I don't know how monkeys got involved. A little bit of mystery. Set boosters that contain no commons. Wow. That's a nice one, I assume. Unless they're making some particularly nice commons these days. Which I don't know. Probably. It'll be interesting to see how Strixhaven turns out. It seems like they're just trying to make, you know, Magic's take on Harry Potter, but that's what you do. I definitely feel like fantasy has an edge when it comes to the sort of thing that Magic is doing over sci-fi, though, because so many of the sci-fi like tropes and things feel like they're still under copyright. Commons have gotten absurd. Well, that certainly makes Pauper a thing. I'm not super familiar with Dragonlance, so... That reference is lost on me, but interesting to know. I've seen the books around, but I just haven't ever read them. Yeah, I bet the balance of their format's just utter nonsense and is probably not great. Are we going to avoid fighting that simian group? I think so.
Oh, great. Another booker.
I'm going to swap off of that vamp sword while I wander. Actually, let's just swap over to my furious sword for the time being. Maybe back to the vamp one when we get to the destroyers. Yeah, I remember the problems when... Was it Eternal Masters that had Peregrine Drake at common? But when that came out and was like, oh, here's an even more broken version of Cloud of Fairies for those blue decks. Yeah. I personally enjoyed Kaladesh block, but I wasn't playing competitively at that time. Yeah. This does not surprise me. The thing is, there's just so many different formats in Magic that it's kind of challenging to, like, not accidentally create problems. You think it will be? It's been a long time. It's been there for a very long time. I have a not legal in any format deck that's Academy Tron. That one's fun. It just wants to build up to a really big Banefire. Oh, interesting. So did they kill Infect then? Because I know that was a big one. What are the other things that I'm not super knowledgeable in Modern. I mostly play like a competitive casual sort of level. But yeah, more of a casual area. That's fair. Give me those gold coins. Faithless Looting, Simian Spirit Guide, and Mox Opal are gone. Oh, so that... Yeah, Faithless Looting hits a ton of decks. Simian Spirit Guide was good, and Mox Opal... Like, Simian Spirit Guide was really good for certain combo decks. Mox Opal, of course, for Affinity. I'm sure it was in other stuff, too. Faithless Looting was... Faithless Looting is one of those cards that probably deserved to be banned, but it was a cornerstone of a lot of decks because of just how efficient it was at getting stuff into the bin. Yeah. Let's go fight some destroyers. I probably don't need Gaze of Contempt here. Gaze of Contempt is more for helping me fight raptors. Yeah. Yeah, Faithless Looting is definitely one of those. I would not mind Mending Refrain, but I don't have it. Yeah, Hogak was a huge... Like, Hogak is one of those cards that's like endemic of the general problem at large, where it's like, this is a really interesting card and idea, but then it turns out like it's actually just busted. Yeah. It's a big problem that I think they've had. I might throw on Web of Disruption. It's a 15-second recharge. Actually, Power Return may be better. I don't care about giving the enemy energy back anyway. Having a quick recharge interrupt there is actually a good idea. Okay. I have a deck. I don't even know if the deck is modern legal. I'd have to go check. That's fair. I don't actually remember. I just remember hearing that Hogak was creating a lot of problems. I don't remember what it actually did. I know the format that I'm personally kind of like most interested in is Canadian Highlander, but I really want WotC to kill the reserve lists. But that's another matter entirely. Like, it's one of those things that I wonder if like what, like, this is a like century out plus or whatever, but like when the original print run of like Alpha goes out of copyright, how's that going to affect things? But yeah, Bridge from Below is one of those cards that always was creating problems. I don't remember exactly how Hogak reads. Yeah, I know Rosewater is still there. I used to read his articles pretty regularly, but they became mostly just about set stuff more, so I've just not been reading them as much. But I'm not sure who else is doing stuff. Interesting. And managed to do it without breaking standard? Wow, 43 extra damage if you interrupt a spell with that. That's nice. Yeah. He then took Legendary Dredge and 1 PTs with it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've not... Oh, man. I do miss playing Magic. I think the game's a lot of fun. don't know what actually makes something like that illegal. Maybe against the rule, their like rules, but Gad's dying, so let's try to kill this group quickly and then go over there for that side. I have so many decks. I do have is it Deckbox? I don't know, there's some website that I put all my cards into a while back, and I have a lot of decks. I mean, it's just like this game where I like to make a lot of different things happen. Oh, we need to keep this golem kiln alive. Pieces just kind of fall into place eventually. They destroy our forwards. Get out of here. There you go. Yeah, that sounds like a neat sort of deck. I have a deck that basically just loses to, is it Torpor Orb? Or Hushering Griffin. The cards that prevent come into play effects from working. It just uses a bunch of come into play effects creatures for stuff. But that deck's fun. It's a fun control deck. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Oh, good. Moving on to the next phase.
You need me?
Hythnos is weird. I wish destroyers had like 40 armor against cold damage instead of like 80. This would be a good spot for shields up. The heck would you put... Okay, whatever. I don't know offhand if that was guilt or shame, but neither one does much on a warrior paragon.
I'm busy.
I am unfamiliar with what you were referring to there. Battlecruiser operational. Oh man, good old StarCraft. I loved modding StarCraft back in the day. I was really disappointed when it turned out I couldn't use my mods with StarCraft Remastered. That was very disappointing. And when I say mods, I mean like modified patched RTs, not like maps. So for now, I'll stick with Brood War whenever I want to play StarCraft. Which it doesn't come up very often these days. Although I actually started playing Guild Wars because of StarCraft, the modding community that I was part of. One of my friends from that introduced me to Guild Wars. I was talking about Althea's stage getting knocked over, going to post-searing. I was very excited about that. That's how I got the game. Why is it? What's going onto my frame rate? Mark Fear is not a huge deal. Deadly Arts need a spell that fires a beam of energy. Oh? Nuclear launch detected? Or something else? My brain knows that's a reference, but it's not entirely sure what's a reference to just yet. Oh, yeah. Now I get you. The good old Kamehameha. King of Hawaii.
Here comes trouble.
I'll take Polymock and register these basic pieces.
You need me? You need me? Why are you bothering me?
Thank you. I'm not going to worry about actually doing more Polymock right now, though. Yeah. I feel like that would be... I feel like that would be a different profession that's more of a martial artist, but...
Why me?
The assassin is I will agree, the assassin is quite Naruto, in some regards. Naruto, I remember the release. I don't know why I'm using friggin' so much here. I remember the release of Factions, and everybody is making an assassin named after a character from Naruto. And then shadow stepping into hordes of enemies and dying, and then blaming the healers who were like a mile away for not healing them. Oh man. It didn't help that like Ritualist and Assassin were underpowered when Factions released. But anyway, what do you got going for me, Artificer Molinex?
Welcome, friend.
I've done none of these. Cool. I'm slowly working my way up. I'm going to actually need some Destroyer cores at some point here. Not yet, but... I mean, it might have been balanced for PvP. I don't even know if it was balanced for PvE or not. I just know that a lot of people made them and died horrible, brutal deaths by shadow stepping into hordes of Afflicted. I really do not like the design of Afflicted with Afflicted Soul Explosion, by the way. I wanted to say by the by and by the way, and it kind of came out as a weird blend of the two that didn't work.
Report in.
I want a salvage kit. Do you have access to infinite? Yeah. Okay, now I'll grant you that chitin fragments. The heck am I supposed to do with chitin fragments? I don't need these. Yeah, I'll grant you, shadow form is busted the way it currently is and should not exist. And
I'm afraid I'm busy.
these are worth, yeah, okay, these are not worth anything. Make a Ranger Drake armor. Oh, is that something that actually uses them? I just need to talk to Mary Ann and sell them. I don't know where I'm going right now. I'm going to drop off this monumental tapestry is what I want to do here.
What news?
Thank you. I also have Call of the Eye on me soon if I don't. Well, at least it's more useful than Spirit Wood planks. Spirit Wood planks have almost no use whatsoever. You would think it would be used in some Ranger armors, but nope. I don't know. Does it matter? Let's go. Cool. Tapestry up. That means it's time for Eye of the North skills. Eye of the North. Here we go, and I need 25. Add 25 skills. Cool. I got Spear of Redemption. I'm going to switch this back to 1 before I forget and accidentally screw up. It's used for Ranger, Warrior, Lux, and Armor, both normal and elite. Patient Spirit's a nice one. Well of Ruin has some use. Glyph of Immolation. Pure Gleaming is good. Max level Ice Forge, Assassin Exotic. See, you're already listing like more things than Spirit Wood planks are used in. Okay, let's go talk to the scrying pool so I can get this silly buff off of me. Hi, Ogden. Oh, yeah, I have a degen weapon equipped. Sorry about that. Warrior Monument, Ranger Regular Sun Spear, Necrotic both, Crichton Primeval. Our Spirit Wood planks are used for constructing a hatchery, a Nicholas the Traveler gift reward, and I think they're in the Juggernaut. There's the Juggernaut summoning stone. Brain got there eventually. Gain the Norna's allies. Let's do some of this Ebon Vanguard stuff, maybe. Yeah, I want to do some of these solo quests. I've got a bunch of solo quests. Hang on. Get out of here, party.
You honor me.
Let's just do this one first. This is not an ideal build for this, but meh. I think there's some trick that you can do to get this done instantly. I just don't care. Hey, Fear. Good to see ya. It's been a little while. Hope you're doing well today. Sure. Is it behind the turtle? Or like one of the 3 character ones? So I like this. I like the turtle. Where's my Slayer title? There it is. Hey, Paxum. Do I play Guild Wars 2? No, I do not. I unfortunately find the game boring. I wish that were not so, but it is, so I do not play it. I do have it, but... Turtle's number 3. Gotcha. I like the turtle because of its tankiness, but... Juggernaut's passive energy regen is, and like 5-second knockdowns are really good. Interesting. Huh. It's just the composition that you get from it, I assume, that turns out to not be very good. Zero tier summoning stone. What, the imp for leveling? Oh, mercantile, yeah. Yeah, mercantile is like... It's extremely useful in a very different way, yeah. All summoning stones are useful to an extent, though.
May the gods protect you.
Thanks. Ooh, Ebon Vanguard Assassin Sports, a good skill. Okay, let's put on an actual bar here for like fighting things and stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna dump strength. Which is my knight's armor. That's radiant. Okay, we're gonna go with my knight's armor here. So I want tactics. 6 of the 8 of Shining Blade summons are terrible. The Tengu, all of them are bad. And since they're all random, yeah. No, I get ya. Wow, I really do not have the ripostes. That seems like an oversight of some kind. Imp is definitely useful for leveling. Obviously, it's not useful beyond that. I want some platinum. I want some ripostes here. This is just healing prayers. Yeah, okay. Mike Ferguson, do you sell ripostes? Do I need to go elsewhere to get them?
Who goes there?
Oh, hey, some Paragon skills. That's nice. Okay, Thrill of Victory skill I absolutely should have, but not ripostes, so... Do I have... I mean, this character has Slash Dervish unlocked, so... I will eventually want, like, an icy sword, theoretically, right? I'll worry about that in theory land later. 40 HP. What, the Char Legionnaire? Yeah, whatever. LA has a skill trainer. Like a Brimstone. Skills, please. Deadly Riposte and Riposte. To the limit. So many of these that would be good to have. Where's defensive stance? There it is. Okay, that'll do for the moment. I'm low on skill points on this character. Melee definitely is a detriment for him, to be sure. Or being melee. Riposte. Deadly riposte. Drunken Master. I probably just slap this on just because it works. It does its thing. Put on Gash. Sure. Okay, let's go one-on-one with the Norn here.
I've heard much of you. You honor me.
Man, Deathstrike is such a garbage skill. It could be good, but oh yeah, I need my tactics shields, not my strength shield. There we go. Yeah, that's probably fine. You wouldn't mind the shouts of "For the Emperor" if I got 40 dudes with laser guns. Yeah. Yeah, if you got a bunch of stormtroopers, that'd be pretty sweet. Oh right. Well, that was quick and brief, like I expect.
May the gods protect you.
Yeah, that'll be good to do. I want to do it right now. Not really. I need to fight a glacial griffin. I know there's a tactic that you can do if you're slash ranger and have poison tip signet, but I don't have those things. Is Weary Stance good against spirits? I haven't thought about that. It might be. Thank you for the follow, Paxum. I appreciate it. You can't overpower though, since one laser gun equals 100 M1 Abrams LFR 4 cannons. I see. Oh wait, are you making Warhammer reference, aren't you? Warhammer 40k.
Who goes there?
See, I don't think I want to do this fight, do I? The problem is Shadow Song is terrible. It makes life suck. I'm going to go probably die against the Glacial Griffin, but just why not? I remember talking with a friend when I was like first sort of learning about Warhammer 40k that it reminded me a lot of StarCraft. And he very emphatically but kindly said it's the other way around. Okay, Shadow Song's the one that's going to cause me problems. Gave him time to get Shadow Song back up, which sucks. Shadow Song is just so bad for me. Yeah, I'm dying here to spirits. I'm not surprised. I didn't really expect that to succeed. I just wanted to give it a shot and see what happened. Okay. It's actually what I want to actually do. Just talk to Kilroy Duncan and start my training.
You need me.
It's go time. Let's just swap these. Explode from Dwarven Stability. Wary. Yeah, Dwarven Stability would be good. I don't think I have it, but Zealous Weapon will vicariously. Yeah. I like the idea of Dwarven Stability. I don't think I have that one unlocked yet, but I should be... No, I do have it. I just don't have it very high dwarf rank. You do kind of want... I am the strongest or something, though. Something that lets you reduce the damage from the Glacial Griffin, because otherwise it will kind of... It hits hard. That's what I'm saying. Like, surprisingly hard. I did see one that used Aura of the Lich, because you have a bunch of minions there right off the bat. It's definitely a bit harder as a physical attacker, just because you're dealing with its nonsense. But I did it as I think a 55 with Earbite. 55 monk with Earbite, which was weird, but worked. I do not understand how Adrenaline works with these brawler skills. This is like 4 Adrenaline, but sometimes you can just do it back to back to back to back to back. It's just very strange.
Hail, human.
Brawling Headbutt is such a good skill, too.
What news of the war?
Sure, let's grab the area map. Let's see, live vicariously. Yeah. Good old Kilroy Stonkin buff. Ah, yes, the one-time days stopping this from working matters. These guys using Broadhead Arrow. I remember farming the snot out of this for Legendary Survivor on my Dervish while listening to audiobooks. That was a while ago. Never again, by the way. I have better things to do with my time these days. And a lot of dwarven armor here. These stone wolves are actually kind of rough. Do I still have lockpick? I do. I have 2 lockpicks. Yeah, that's right. I got one from a quest. Remembering that now. Yeah, sure. Hey, retained my lockpick. Excellent. I really like the chest mechanic in this game. I just wish the chests felt like they had better return on investment. It's just, it never seems worth it to me to buy keys because the chance that you get anything actually even useful out of a chest is so low. I'm better off just using the cash that I'd spend on a chest elsewhere in other ways. Like, I'd rather sell keys than use them. Lockpicks, on the other hand, have the ability to go for, like, multiple things. So. And contribute to your luck title track, so that's a little bit... It feels like it has a little bit more value to it, you know? Take that, random marauder shot. Hi, yes, no, I don't feel like it, so I'm just not going to. Yeah. I can see that being the case. They're so tedious. I don't mind them existing as titles, but yeah. Here's my treasure hunter literally there's rich mechanics. And some free dwarven ale. I don't think Gunner Poundfist. Oh, he does have a quest for me. Or at least a quest advancement for me. I should go talk to him, is what I'm saying.
Who sent you?
Okay, let's go talk to our friend and salvage a few dwarven armors. I'm getting a little unlucky on some of those. Silencing spear. I mean, that's not terrible. There's somebody in Lissa armor.
Hail, human.
Oh man.
There is much
Yep,
to
Bjorn won't know what hit him. Since they changed Soldier's stance, the, like, recurring, like, here's a random 8 people to fight against quest is a lot harder. Because 75% chance to block with, like, high uptime is just absolutely brutal to deal with. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Get over there. I think my knight's armor is actually decreasing the damage I'm taking from him a little bit. You know what? I wish there was a friggin' it'd be broken, but like an elite skill that made your bar brawling skills. The stand up, being able to like dwarven boxing everywhere would probably be super OP. I'm glad that they had another quest for it in Winds of Change. A lot of the boxing skills are not amazing. I really like the very first one, the headbutt. I think that one's a great skill, but yeah. Ear bite's not amazing. Low blow is one of those skills that I actually want to spend some time messing around with because I feel like it might be okay in some builds, but yeah, Dwarven stability is really good. Is that earlier on in the chain? I don't remember how much of it I've done.
What news of the war?
Ear bites, low blow.
Hail,
Yeah, because he has
human.
Punch Out Tournament. And so this is like just 8 random opponents that get a little bit more challenging as you go, but you can get Hylic with Soldier Stance there that defend really well and therefore are really annoying to contend with. There we go. There's something I can do with those at some point. Not sure what yet. I usually like to make them, like, making them furious, brawn over brains of fortitude is probably good, but getting furious dagger tangs is annoying. Do I have a good spot to drop this off right now? Not really. On either front, I guess. Whatever. Give me like 4 plat or something. And I want an ID kit omens.
Why are you here?
Have I? No, I don't have Zandra or Kamu yet either. So, okay. Theoretically, I have a bar that I used for doing this. For warrior, many of these are not very good, by the way. Tournament winner. I don't think I have enough skills for this. I'm missing Final Thrust. It's a weird one. Bonetti's defense. Let's, you know, I'm fine with doing something like this, but let's improvise a little bit. Let's use Dwarven Stability to give myself a longer lasting Gladiator's defense. How's that sound for a fun idea? And then final thrust is hardly necessary as a source of damage. I can go with I still actually got one more PvE slot. I don't know if there's a skill that I'd want there. I feel like the energy costs of this are pretty high, so Thrill of Victory just doesn't seem great. I mean, maybe I just want Healing Signet, honestly. You know what? No. Asuran Scan. There's just stuff that I'm going to want that against. We'll try this and see how this goes. I don't know. Yeah, I definitely feel like the Eye of the North PvE only skills are not well calibrated between each other. Who am we fighting? Kilroy Stonekin. Healing Hands. Yeah, you're doing the traditional whammo bar. Well, it was a victory anyway. I'm going to switch over to my Zealous Katana. I think I want the energy from it. Yeah. Next time I just need to yell my name louder. I don't feel like this bar is going to be what I want ultimately here, but... 18-second Gladiator defense. That's kind of nice, but... Well, she went down suddenly as soon as I hit her with deep wounds. Also, Zondra's unlocked. Want to remember that. So I need to add skills for Zondra. Her little pop-up will happen if you close that. Let's just go ahead and quickly do that. Hero Zondra. Add one booster. Oh, good. Another copy of Sickness Spirits. Lucas. Oh, Lucas is using my build. This is going to be interesting. %, longer. Yeah, it's getting what up to about 15 seconds or something. Raza. Hello, Raza. Oh, I'm definitely going to need blocking here. Wanderlust is going to be really annoying. Correction, even with blocking, Wanderlust is really annoying. I might be able to take him down. Nope. Got real close, though. Got really close. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is a terrible choice of elite for this. I mean, I understand why I have it, because, you know, whatever, but... I don't know why I have points in strength. Probably because of the shield that I had. I want to heal. Defensive stance. This seems like a good idea in this sort of situation. Gash is solid. I could run Auspicious Parry. Server artery is a bit underwhelming, but it's kind of important. Actually, let's go auspicious parry instead of defensive stance. I don't know. This feels like it's missing something really important. Not quite sure what though. I'm ready to enter the tournament. Yes. Little Tom. Okay. I also wish to heal. Yeah, there's some potential other skills that could be quite useful. It might not be a bad idea to go capture Defy Pain for this, potentially. And go more of a strength route. Okay. Because Defy Pain would make me a lot more durable. If I went that direction. Like Defy Pain, Lion's Comfort. Shield Bash would actually not be a bad idea too, now that I think about it. Hey Titus. That wasn't too bad. Oh, Raza again, eh? Should be a little bit easier with an actual heal skill. Maybe. Maybe a little bit. Where are you going anyway? Okay, yeah. Shadow Song's ending me here. I need to keep blind on him. Yeah, okay. This is obviously a problem. I actually think I do want to go capture Defy Pain, which I should be able to do just south of Beacon's Perch. Like, this is a cute idea, but it's not particularly effective, so let's grab a complement of individuals. Oh, I got Livia as well. I need to add things for her. I forgot that I got Livia as an added character. No, another copy of Spiteful Spirit. Delightful. Oh, that's a lot of Ritualist stuff, actually. That's a huge improvement to my Splinter Weapon, Mend Body and Soul. Weapon of Warding. Yeah, that's actually a huge improvement to some of my options. Cool. Gwen, Elias, Talcora, Duncoro. Sasuke, Ada, Vec. Sure, why not? That seems good. Okay, let's go. Defy Pain is capable just south of Beacon's Perch. Which means I have too many people. Let's drop Vec, and let's drop... Do I want to drop Monk? Really? Let's drop Elias. Because I have Beacon's Perch. Let's see, Defy Pain. Clobber Husk. Okay, so there's a couple locations just south. The one just around the corner. Yeah, so Lornar's Pass has a boss that has Defy Pain. Need to go this way. Oh, Poison Bow, so that's not the right boss. I don't know why this gate is closed. I can go through it. No, not Eldrim or Bull. Lornar's Pass, please. Okay, that's not a boss spawn. Poison Bow again. That's not who I'm looking for. It's one of the earliest places to actually capture an elite skill. Actually, probably is the earliest place to capture an elite skill in Prophecies is off of these guys here. Poison Bow. Why do I keep seeing Poison Bow up there? Oh well, let's just check one of the other locations. I don't feel like respawning until I get a desirable spawn there. At this point, I'm a little tired of it. What's triggering my auspicious berries? They're going off like regularly. I don't mind that, I'm just a little confused. There's another possible spawn location a little bit further on, as I wanted to check out. It's over this way. I think probably up that hill. Quick route. Well, that's neither of the bosses I'm looking for. Okay, let's just go back to beacons. Why up here? Poison Bow again. You know, it's just easier if I just go for that first one. Quick route. Quick route is not Clobber Husk. I didn't know about this either, but I watched a speedrun of Prophecies, and that involved capping Defy Pain off of Clobber Husk, so... Had better odds of getting it to spawn than me, though. I mean, it's like a 5-hour thing. Which is why I watched it 2 times speed. But fought all the way, or set up a running build actually. Excuse me, to do the Drox run. Actually, it didn't do the Drox run. It did because it didn't actually go to Droxner's Forge. The speed run didn't. It was a run to Deldrimmer War Camp, and then from there to Iron Mines of Muladun to get infused. It's very interesting. There's Clobber Husk. Okay, that's the boss I want. We got some Siege Ice Golems. Thankfully, Acolyte Sasuke is going to absolutely wreck these things. Siege Ice Golems are actually legitimately weak to fire. They have less armor than 60, so they'll take increased damage. One complaint I have about this game is they don't do that enough. They for PvE enemies, they use the default of 60 armor too much, in my opinion. Warrior does not have an elite signet, does it? That's weird. Feels like it should have one. Five pain, signet of stamina. Endure pain, eternal aura, feel no pain. Yeah, get yourself real tanky. Why do you even have belly smash? Vital boon. Yeah. Okay, LA. See, I feel like there's probably a couple more skills that I'm gonna want. Do I have... I've got 4 plat on me and 6 skill points. Cool. Let's go talk to Sergio. He does have so much HP at that point, it would be. Can you teach me any skills? I feel like I want something hammery. Counter blow would be good. Crushing blow would be good. I want wary stance. I'm gonna grab Bonetti's defense. Okay. Okay, let's go try some more ornaments. Actually, I'm right near the... I need more plat on me. Here, so I can afford the tournament. Good old terrible salvage. Okay. I feel like... Well, I'm not using tactics right now. Let's go in strength. I think maybe my Sentinel's armor is preferable here. Oh, and I need to swap my shield over as well. Maybe, unless I'm doing hammer. Okay, what am I actually doing here? I feel like I might want to be doing you move like a dwarf. I feel like I might want to be doing hammer here instead of swordsmanship. Get a monk bond with symbiosis behind you, end up with plus 600 HP. Yeah. Exactly, there you go. Counter blow. I kind of want to try counter blow, low blow. And I feel like Earbite might actually be good for the degen. Does that sound weird? It feels weird. But I don't have space because I need a certain scan. But this ain't gonna work at all. Flail feels like it would be good here. Do I want Auspicious Blow? It would be. You know what? Auspicious Blow helps me afford you move like a dwarf's, so let's go for it. I don't know. This feels like it's not quite where I'm going to want it, but I need to buy more skills. So if I wanted to get a little bit more precise, I'm not entirely sure what. But I'm curious to try a low blow with counter blow, like knock somebody over and then give him a good old low blow for a bunch of armor and stuff. Could work. I feel like I want a source of weakness, like staggering blow or something, but I don't know. I want to get combo unlocked as well. Not super critical, but well, that was not fast, but it worked. We're exactly plus 3 HP. Yeah. I mean, this is like plus 20 armor and minus 9 damage is the biggest deal on that. Unify pain. Visions of regret. Yeah, I'd prefer you didn't do that, thanks. Physical resistance. Oh, empathy sucks. Whew, that was a tight one. Norgu is tough there. He's really got some strong anti-melee stuff. Empathy is really, really rough. Danica, why are you off to the side like that? That's weird. What do you even do? Healing bursts? I feel like I'm just gonna out DPS her at some point. The answer was yes. I out DPS'd her at some point. To think that such power could exist. Ah, yes. This is such power right here. Hey, Kamu. Good to see you, bud. I've been wondering where you were. Plus 70 health from that's not hurting anything either. Nope, you don't get Avatar of Balthazar. I don't know where you think you're going. You're just kind of making your way somewhere. Avatar of Balthazar and time to lose. Cool. Got Kamu. I need to add skills for him, but I'll do that after this. Ooh, Argo's rough. Plus 2200 HP and take 20% damage. Okay. The worst part of Argo is taken care of. Sandstorm is also going to kind of suck. Well, that's less than ideal. There we go. Interrupted that. Okay, he doesn't really do anything to blind me. He just is being very tanky and has a meteor shower on a low recharge, which is annoying. Don't care about your attunement, bud. That's what I need to make sure I stop. There we go. As soon as he no longer has huge damage, subtraction, Stoneflesh Aura. Damage reduction, that's the word I'm looking for. Turns out to be not too big of a deal. I've gotten my heroes from this, so okay, I'm at Magni the Bison. I just need to be able to survive against him. This is going to be hard. Magni does hit like a friggin' truck. Okay, never mind. I just got bear form. Getting bear form is difficult to do. But if you can interrupt bear form, Magni is decidedly less scary. Still scary, but less scary. There, that'll help too. That gets me some cracked armor on him. No, never mind. Yeah, there's his purge signet. Oh, he got bear form. That's not good. Bear form deals a lot of damage. It's a ridiculous damage buff. There we go. I did get there. I did get there. But man, that was... that was a little bit of a trial there, that one. But did get there. Thank you. Touch of Guile, finish him, dodge this. All useful to have added. Right, I need to add skills for Kamu. Add one. Wow, that came with a lot of elites. I see a little preview of the added skills. Yeah, Reaper's Sweep. Signet of Pycelight's nice pickup. Prince Grasp, Bow, Strength. Twin Moon, Extend, Staggering. Cool. Right then. That takes care of that. I would like to go do... Cold as Ice. Okay, I don't think I'm quite fully equipped for this, but... Let's see, Wary Stance... Ends if you use a skill. That's annoying as a line, but... Work-withable. I might try this bar, actually, just the one that I have on right now. Let's see how it does here.
Who sent you?
Because I feel like this is the sort of thing where it might be able to actually work. Am I better off running damage reduction or something else? I think I'm just going to keep this armor as is. Okay, I specifically want to watch out for Shadow Song, which is the next one. There we go. Managed to get it. Dissonance is annoying. Okay, yeah, this isn't gonna work unless I get out of there. My HP is about to drop. I am in the hole. You don't lose for losing like that. Losing maximum HP will never drop you below 1. Which is why Deep Wound does not instantly kill somebody. They have to have an additional damage packet to be able to actually take them down. Or like Health Degen or something like that. That's why Twisting Fangs is scary, because it puts Health Degen on you, so if the Deep Wound... I mean, it also hits you twice and gets the confirm hit, as it were. I'm just going to wait for my health to regenerate here naturally. It's a little bit slow, but... It just makes so many spirits that deal so much damage. Even with the damage reduction from Defy Pain, so much of it is armor ignoring. The Defy Pain's a little bit underwhelming. It's better to have block, I think, probably. Of course you drop Shadow Song there. Yeah. Nope, this is not gonna work. Wasn't sure. Thought I'd try it. Turns out it doesn't. Okay, let's try the alternative idea. Let's see. If I get health degen on it, it helps. So I feel like this is a not strength bar. I'll just go back over to my tactics gear. I don't know if I actually want maximum energy or not, and I also want my sword. Okay, swordsmanship, tactics, and strength. Okay. I'm gonna try weary stance, dwarven stability. This should do a really good job of blocking spirit attacks. So we'll see how it goes. I do want the riposte pair. Trying to hope on an interrupt seems unlikely. Gash is probably not bad to have. Healing signet. Weary stance will end when I use it, but it's not bad to have that around either. If I want to stand in the middle of the spirits and whirlwind attack, that's a potential option too. I'll bring it just to consider that as a choice, and then I'll just go ahead and slap on a Asuran scan. There. I don't know if this will work or not, but I'm going to give it a try. This is one of those fights that, like, ultimately you're looking for a cheese against a spirit spammer.
Never anger a Norn.
And it's a little bit frustrating. There are definitely a lot of ways of doing it. I just don't necessarily have access to all of the tools on this character. Poison Tip Signet is a really good choice. Just if you can poison and bleed it and step out of the way and let it just kind of slowly degen to death. Some Mesmer Hexes can work pretty well too. There's also probably some Earth Prayers things I could do. Oh my goodness, I'm taking so much damage. Yeah, okay, this is one of those things that seems like a good idea until you actually try it and then it doesn't work at all. There's a bunch of reasons why too, but anyway. I mean, Wary Stance is not a bad idea to be able to get those off, but the problem is the Glacial Griffin, by those I mean Healing Signet. The Glacial Griffin just does a lot of damage. Rolling defense would be really good against it.
Why are you here?
I'm just trying a slight adjustment. I want to dye this shield, so I'm going to want to look into that. Probably, I don't know, at some point here. Yeah, I just got through. If I wanted to do that, I need weakness. At which point I can't use the deadly riposte thing to try to do damage to it. That might be fine. I could... Let's see. I'm just going to go over to Hammer. Hammer has weakness in it, so I'm going to try Hammer. Maybe not worry about Wary Stance and just hope that those will hold me. I don't need as much tactics with this. I enjoy this sort of like bouncing around, seeing if I can figure out something that I like that works. Let's see. Actually, if I drop Healing Signet entirely... Do I want Zealous or Furious here? Let's go with Furious. Let's see, so those and that. Crushing Blow, Auspicious Blow. These seem like good ideas to me. Lion's Comfort for some healing. I don't think I really need AoE here. This would do nothing against it. Radiation Field might not be terrible. This might not actually be terrible. I might try Radiation Field.
Are you hunting something?
I am ready. I don't know. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but I'm going to try it. This is a big old hammer. No. Well, that was a terrible time for that. Okay, I'm going to try that again. I had a couple of things go really wrong there. Also, I am going to switch to a Radiant set. Yeah, I don't need that one. Okay.
Why are you here?
Because I want more maximum energy for this setup. Yeah, this allows me to be able to then immediately get that on, which is important. There we go. Wow. Yep. Nope. These spirits, like, I feel like I would expect Mental Block to be a little bit more effective there than it actually proved to be. Okay. I feel like if I want that effect, I need to actually go into Shadow Arts and grab a skill I don't currently have. That might work. That might work. Okay, so instead of Mental Block, like 10 Shadow Arts. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I feel determined to kind of do this through some like random trial and error build nonsense. I am running low on skill points though. As you might notice, I have 2 left. Michiko. Okay, I need Shroud of Distress. Are there any other skills that, like, are screaming to be obtained at this point? Or do I want to save my skill points? Doing smash hits real hard. That's kind of exciting as an option. Okay, best to save my skill points for the moment, I think. Let's grab Shroud of Distress. Stern Scan will help me get through and Blind starts kicking in. I may not need Lion's Comfort. I do want a reasonable duration on Flail, though. Lion's Comfort is helpful for getting adrenaline early. I'm just trying to decide if I want any other skills different right now. I probably don't need Crushing Blow. Low Blow might actually be better here. Or actually Ear Bite's probably better. Ear Bite will apply healthy gen to it along with the other ones, so having some additional healthy generation is probably not a bad thing. This has a better block percentage and
Are you hunting something?
time potential. Well, mental block has better uptime, but you know what I mean. If it works anyway. Here you are, Glacial Griffin. Use this so I can need Auspicious here. Don't really, that's not the right button. Oh well, I done screwed up the order of my skills. Yeah, I deserve to die for screwing up the order of my skills. I think this bar will work, I just need to make sure I'm not using my skills really poorly, which is what I was doing there. I don't know about Lion's Comfort. It's helpful though for getting like charges on other skills. I think it needs to stay there. Devastating Hammer, like Devastating Hammer for weakness alone feels a bit underwhelming. Maybe I'm better off with a different option. Yeah, I'm going to swap over to Forceful Blow. Forceful Blow will still apply weakness, but it costs less adrenaline and deals additional damage, so that seems better. I don't need the knockdown from Devastating Hammer, I just want the weakness, so... Getting there, workshopping this. Yeah, things are going to look kind of bad in the beginning, and then the block kicks in. Yeah, that was not good. Okay, I'm gonna run into the problem where... There we go, got that back up. Yeah. Too many of the spirits got through. This is a hard encounter. This is like getting close to being where I need it to be, but not quite where I need it to be. Maybe I just drop these and go tactics instead and bring like healing signet. Some more reliable heal for when I need it. I could see wary stance being good here too. Because this would suddenly allow me to be able to recoup a bunch of energy. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. See how this plays out. I don't know. This is fun to me. I don't know if it's fun to y'all, but it's fun to me to just like, how do I want to approach it with this character, given this character's limitations and things I'm doing with her? And like, this character's not going / ranger. She has a secondary she's going to use: dervish, assassin, and monk. And dervish, assassin, monk, and paragon. So it's like, within that sort of limitation, what sort of things can I manage to accomplish? And there's obviously limitations and difficulties. But wary stance is really good here. Oh, wow. The thing that's not immediately obvious is I pop wary stance and suddenly all of my energy's back. That's what's really good about that. Okay. Man, why do those spirits have to deal so much damage? I feel like this is going in the... Hello, Salty Grease. Is it the Scientier? I mean, I'm the Scientier, I guess, for the purpose of this discussion. I feel like I want a different degen option. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Tryptophan Signet would be good. It has been a little while. How are you doing? Or Signet of Infection would be good. Signet of Infection would be... Okay. I think I'm going to table this for the moment and go start Ebon Vanguard direction things. Mostly settling in after moving from Texas to Florida. Just to finish putting together your desk and getting your PC onto it. Well, that's a big move. But glad you're settling in. But yeah, going a decent distance there with that. Whatever, I'm gonna drop some of these skills and... Actually kind of liking low blow here. I don't have crude swing on this character, do I? Nope, that would be too easy. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely one of those things that knows how to occupy a lot of time. This gives me a lot of energy. Right now I'm not doing much with that energy. I could Frenzy. Sure, you know what? Let's do Frenzy Dash. Dash is a good old cancel stance there. Is this a bad idea? Probably. Probably. This character needs to unlock more skills. I'll grab Fierce Blow. It's a deep wound source. Yeah, seems fine. Let's go hunt some char. I guess I just talked to Long Eye's Ledge, yeah? I'll go a little bit longer. I might do this first part here and like get... Yeah, I think I'll go far enough to get that. Let's actually swap. I'm going high on strength, yeah. Okay, let's just go ahead and swap back to my sentinels. Long Eyes over here.
Never anger no.
Because if I get... What I'm thinking with the sort of route that I'm going, if I get Signet of Infection, I can use that against the Glacial Griffin. And that'll work out a lot better. Okay, don't have Ebon Vanguard yet. I'm not really surprised. I'm not far in Ebon Vanguard land. For Ascalon. Oh, I just realized I have a completely redundant setup on my bar. Frenzy Dash and Drunken Master are not skills that you want on at the same time. So I'll just slot on Imlad. Can't go wrong with Imlad. Let's see. O is not the button that brings up my inventory. Thinking if I want to grab it. This is also a hammer. I only have the 2 hammers. Okay, I'll go ahead and slot this one on, but go with the Furious one for the moment. What's this axe? Vampiric. Cool. Okay. I probably won't want a Frenzy, but eh. You know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and trigger all of Vale's dialogues. It's probably not a bad idea. I do not have enough in the Vanguard title to put it on. MMO... Moist Nice? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name. Hello, though. Welcome. I glanced through to look for it, and yeah, this character's just not far enough to have it yet.
Who goes there?
Okay. Hi, Vale. I have Terrifying Hero. I could put that on. Where is my agent? I'm at 500 right now, so... Mandragore. So the question is how much I'm going to get myself killed with Frenzy or not. Frenzy is one of those skills that's just so much more of a PvP skill than a PvE skill. Ooh, Red Iris Flower. What do I want to do with this Bison Cup? Are any of these guys using wands? Probably not. Oh, she is. Bison Cup is probably a little bit better than this Jeweled Chalice, right? Yeah, this Jeweled Chalice doesn't have 2 mods. Away it goes. Well, I'm going to have minimal fighting, but that's okay. I want more dwarf title rank as well. Okay, well, they're done. I just want to talk to the helmet. No, the helmet. I mean, battlefield. Against the Chaw. As an Elonian, this character does not have particularly strong feelings about the Char, I imagine. I mean, except that they're just like villains or whatever. I think that's our meteor shower. Yep, for sure. Although I have such a soft spot for prophecies, I do tend to make characters there. Nope, we're gonna be fighting. Alrighty. I'm gonna stand menacingly next to these Char. Menace. Feel the menace. Meteor showers may be a bad idea to have on Sasuke in this map. I feel like in these Char areas where I'm so worried about enemy meteor showers, the confusion between is that a friendly meteor shower or an unfriendly meteor shower is maybe undesirable. Yeah. Nah, I don't think you needed it to troll on Gunt. I don't think I wouldn't be standing in that meteor shower, though. Okay, good. Alright, let's go drop this off at, I guess, there? I have two more targets for these on this side. One is this, the other is that. Siege Devourer. Let's go hit up the Siege Devourer first. You know, that's what I'm feeling. Oh, that Siege Devourer blew itself up. I have news for you, game. I already did kill him. Alright, never mind that, Frenzy. Frenzy was a terrible idea. Thank you for your explosive. I would like to give it to your lovely tower in perpetuity. Or at least for the next couple seconds. There it goes. Boom. Good times. I'm not actually sure which is worse here. I think the Dominators are the ones with the reses, though, if my memory is correct. So probably that. Maybe I don't want to be hit for 150 damage with by Burning Arrow. That sounds like a good life choice. Ooh. Excellence. We might have to do one of those. Hi, yes, I'm here about the explosives. heard you had explosives available. Can you confirm? You can confirm. Okay, we've got explosives, everyone. Like to deliver these explosives to this char tower. Delivery well made. Okay, let's go. I do need another explosive. That will do nicely. Turns out Chest Thumper is doing a pretty good job of getting deep wound around. Give Hada some credit for that. This is potentially risky. Eh. Okay. That's all of them. Rightio, then let's go on inside, and then we can get Pyre Fear Shot freed, and then we can make our way to Doomlore Shrine and go get that that location on our map. I really wish, by the way, that there was a friggin' outpost down here in Saknoth Valley, right over here in this corner. Feels like a reasonable spot to have one, and it'd be really nice. Yeah, how about you don't faint-heartedness me? That would be super. Ooh. If you're willing to jump through some hoops, this is actually a decent way to get cracked armor on things. Just need to kill Harvest Soul Rain here, by the way. You don't actually need to kill the other guy. Fun fact. Fun fact proven. Okay, Pyre Fear Shot. Let's advance your quest a little bit.
Tread carefully, meat.
So I need to take you and head around so I can get over to there. Like I said, I'm just going to complete this part, and if my agent is high enough... Okay, my agent's high enough. I'm going to want to, of course, pick up that as well before I wrap things up for today. But we're getting pretty close to that, I guess, relatively. Going a little bit long. But this doesn't end in a clean spot, so we're going to need to go along because of that. Okay, that's just a random black wolf over there. I was curious what that green dot right there was, and it was a black wolf. Yes, I know. Go talk to the guy in the Eye of the North. Tell him about my cool deeds. Give him all the details. He'll let me fight Char better. It'll be good. Good collab for us. Alright, well, that problem's cleared up now. I'd like to avoid fighting a group of mantids if I can. It might not be feasible. It is cool. Clear the entrance to the Cathedral of Flames. For Ascalon, Gedril of Ascalon would be interested in hearing about my progress or something. A little important bit of dialogue to let the player know that they can go get that, because it's really easy to forget. Ooh, I almost have another skill point. That's exciting. This character is really short on skill points because she has not done any of the campaigns, basically. Like, she's had very minimal doings of the campaigns, so... She's kind of doing Eye of the North first. Like, she hasn't even done Consulate Docks yet. She has the Outpost, but she hasn't done it. And she's a Nightfall character. She has done, like, some Southern Shiver Peak stuff because I took her to Beacons and marched her down to Trockner's Forge and have done 2 Thunderhead Keep there. She's actually probably done the most of factions, because I wanted to get her far enough to be able to get some Kurzak armor, which you can see her wearing on the top part here. Bunch of Axe Masters. Yeah, I want a quicker attack rate. And there's a special char lock that can only be opened by char for reasons. Scorch Maulclaw and tear out his spleen. I believe the spleen cleans your lymphatic fluids, right? Has something to do with the lymph system? Pyre... Pyre, I have some bad news. You don't appear to have opened the gate. Okay. Be that way. Be bugged out. You haven't suddenly decided to open the gate yet, no. Okay, we're gonna just retrace our steps, rezone. It's not that far, and see if Pyre feels a little bit more like cooperating this time. Don't know. His gate opening hand is just not working today, I guess. Kind of unfortunate, though. It's really, really wanting him to open that gate, you know? It's going to make my life a lot easier. Hang on. Don't need to run towards Kralkatorik's back. I need to go towards Grothmore War Downs. Hello, Grothmar. Okay, let's try that again, except this time, Pyre, you're going to open the gate instead of not opening the gate, which is what you did last time, and then it didn't work, and it's kind of sad. Yes, I know. Talk to Gedril. Alright. Let's fight some Char Seekers and see if I can get some cooperation from our Char buddy. And Pyre is basically a Char Seeker. I'm getting absolutely dumpstered. There we go. Alright. Axe Masters, the Hunter Beast will pop up when we get close. You, get over here. There we go. He figured out how to operate the gate this time. Do I have your attention? Putrid Flames. Okay, that's easily conquered. Hooray! Retained my lockpick. That's what you like to see. There we go. Doom Lore Shrine. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna go get my quest reward from Gron and talk to somebody about some sharp slaying skills. Why do I have... Oh, this is in Defense of the Eye, isn't it?
I've heard much of you.
Cool. We will do that next time. Thank you. Wait, what title do I have on right now? Oh. I just need to reapply it to get it to put the thing on. Alrighty, well that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for me for today. I will be continuing stuff on Ardens Argentum tomorrow, but that'll be tomorrow. Today is done. So if you want to be notified when I go live, you can follow the channel. You can also go hang out in my Discord, and I will let people know when I go live there. There's a whole channel dedicated to stream going live announcements. I think that's most of the stuff. You can look at panels and all sorts of stuff down below, see the schedule, all that good stuff. But it's been fun playing this game again, and I'm glad to be finally doing some stuff on Ardens, because I've been letting her languish for far too long. So anyway, until next time, everyone, that is tomorrow. Take care, and goodbye.